I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flown. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make the man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Ninja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Django. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality spicy, body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, stay where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alistair.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Alistair.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see everyone tonight. Thank you so much for being here on this Thursday night. I see Chi-Chi tonight. Thanks for being here, Chi-Chi. Good to see you. We are a 21 and over show for Night Court. And please don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe, guys. Smash the like. Set up your notifications with the little bell. Hey, Carrie Jackson, good to see you. Please stay on topic. Thanks, Chi-Chi. Thank you so much. I also see Gail in the chat. Gail, thank you so much for sending out the green and blue hearts tonight. We're going to be talking about Sebastian Rogers first because I heard that Mob Crew had a really, really great live, and I want to review it with you guys tonight. And also, I think because of the content of the case with Courtney and Brad. It's taken a little bit more time to review on YouTube before I post it. But the video did post to TikTok. So hopefully you guys can go over there and watch it if we don't get to it today, or watch it once it hits YouTube and it drops there. But either way, it is a really interesting to watch, to say the least, and the judge is not playing with those two. He's just not playing. So big shout out to the judge, Corey J. Wiggins. Hey, Bo, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Hey, Joe. And we also have, let's see who else is here. Ann Reynolds. Good to see you, Ann Reynolds. And I'm sorry, Rachel, I just now saw this comment. It says, Lady Babe, can you see before you start real quick for, let's see, um, just to give me the sanity red flag, Elkmont Campground, Tennessee. Elkmont. I've not heard of Elkmont, Rachel. What, could you clarify a little bit in the chat just so we can figure it out? Because I know that Silvers went to a couple of different places, but I thought he went to, oh gosh, it was Yogi Bear, and then wasn't it Easy Days Campground? And it's spelled like EZDAZE. Easy Days. Those are the two I remember. Hey, Mama, good to see you. Hey, Kelly Holcomb, thanks so much for being here. Let's see who else we have in chat. Hey, Cece, thanks for being here. Thank you for the blue hearts, guys. Blue and green hearts tonight. I don't know what Rebecca's favorite color is. Just such a sad story, guys. It really is. Just more and more horrific by the day, probably by the hour, if I was really staying on top of it, which I'm trying to. Thank you, Mama, also for being a member for 4 months. Yay! Thank you so much. My goodness, time flies, guys. I'm always surprised when people have these milestones. I'm like, oh my goodness. Um, you want to get sued? Juicy Jules, I'm always getting threats. Oh my goodness, it's terrible. It's terrible, terrible. But I mean, hey, we're allowed to speculate as much as we want, and it's allegedly in our opinion, always allegedly in our opinion, right? Because everybody is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, but at night court, see, that's the great thing about night court is because public opinions matter. We don't have to worry about if we have enough probable cause. We can speculate. So very exciting, which I love to do that with all of you because you guys are all so smart. Hey, Nancy Fleming, good to see you. Hey, Bo, he did have a great live. My phone was blowing up and I was trying to do my video, and these videos take a lot to go into to make it interesting, for you guys, because a lot of these topics are talked about across YouTube, right? Like, a lot of people talking about Rebecca's case, a lot of people talking about Sebastian's case. Same thing, not so much really with Devlin, but I'm hoping that we can get there. And hopefully, people will utilize my content to help me out here a little bit. Uh, Hey, Andrea. Good to see you. But all the cases matter. Every single case out there matters. Every single person out there matters. You all matter. And I matter. So, I mean, it's something that we just have to kind of work everybody in where we can. So I do understand that. But look who's been a member for 3 months, Bo. Thank you for being a member so much. Thank you. Thank you. She says, thank you for all you do. You do amazing work. Thank you, Bo. That's so sweet of you. I really appreciate you guys. This is in the Rocky Mountains in Tennessee. Oh Lord. Tennessee is very unforgiving terrain. When I was there, I was like, wow. I mean, I don't know what, I mean, it reminded me a lot of Missouri, but um, yeah, it was really something else. Hey, Catherine, good to see you. I had an autistic school near that area sighting months ago mentioned. Oh, okay. there was a sighting of Sebastian. I know somebody sent me a picture that they thought looked like Sebastian, but I was not convinced. And because I have drawn people or tried to, I like to paint. I pay attention to detail. I'm really good at facial features, and not one single one of these people that have ever been cited as Sebastian did I ever think was Sebastian. Not even the Grandfather Mountain. I know, don't come for me. I know a lot of you guys still think maybe that could be Sebastian or could have been. Seth has confirmed it's not, or that was not him. I wish it was. I really didn't think this case was going to go on like this. And the fact that we have YouTubers that are getting footage from the neighbors to show on YouTube is quite concerning. Um, not because Mob isn't the master at footage. It's just a little concerning to me. Because here I was, like, I was thinking, like, oh, if anybody wants to use my footage from my trip, like, why would they want footage from my trip when they've got footage from the, the cameras in the neighborhood? Like, go for it. But why are we turning this in 2 years later? What are we doing here? We need to find Sebastian. It's like really, I don't even know, beyond annoying, but just it's very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. Either way, we need to find him. I'd said over and over they need to check Natchez Trace State Park. It's between Hendersonville and Memphis and so secluded and huge. Cece, I know they checked that in the beginning with, was it JLR? JLR Seth and Jay. Jay, and I'm referring to Seth's friend that worked with him over at the Davidson County Prison. Handsome, tall, black guy, Jay. Can sing beautifully. He was there. So, but like you said, though, it's so big, Cece, that I don't think they had, nowhere near what they needed to. Yeah, it's very interesting, Jules. I agree. I agree. I can't wait to see it. I have not watched it, guys. I was trying to do, um, well, I had a couple really good, important phone calls I needed to make. I did reach out to someone else that I was supposed to be reaching out to. So check that off my list, waiting for a reply back. Also, we're going to have a special panel guest that I secured today, which I'm very excited to have on the panel, and that is for Devlin Tait's case, but I'll talk a little bit more about that here in a bit. But yeah, I was really sad that I had to miss the live. So I hope Chris doesn't mind that an hour after he put it up, I'm going to review it. I'm not in it like you, and now my divorce is done, and I can look, oh, good. I've emailed, and that's all hoping locals would. Yeah. Thank you, Rachel. I'm sorry to hear about the divorce. I hope that it's a new beginning for you, and just know things are good after the divorce. That's terrible for me to say. I shouldn't say that. But no, it is. It's a I feared it for a long time, and then I realized that, it's better to be divorced than unhappily married. Oh, I don't know, Joe. I don't know. When we talk about this cemetery, it makes me wonder. Good to see you, Holly. Look at your little avatar. How cute. Aw, so cute. I was going to pick up with that day, but I got the flu. Oh yeah, okay. You were gonna meet up over there. I'm sorry, I misread that, Cece. Yeah, we just have like the best people that are willing to go out boots on the ground and do this. Um, I think we should start doing more searches for Sebastian. I just wish I knew where to look. Because I really don't. I'm kind of at a loss for words. Like where do we look for Sebastian? Because we haven't gotten anything really that can confirm where they've taken him, in my opinion, right? And then I also saw a post from At Night today, which I really appreciated seeing that, because they said that they're operating under the assumption that Sebastian is still alive. And I appreciate that, because I would rather operate off of that assumption, until we know. So that's what's really difficult. It really is. Oh, thank you, Chuchi, for gifting Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. If you got a membership from Chuchi, please say thank you to her and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Hey, Kiki, good to see you. We had, we had our chat blowing up, didn't we? Yes. Oh, did you get a membership, Andrea? Yay. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe, even though you're already a part of the Dragon Tribe. Um, I love Chuchi says, yay. Aw, you guys are awesome. Hey, Miss Anne, I'm so good to see you. CP has made it clear he won't be found. Yeah, he has. He really has. What a jerk face, right? Who does that? Ugh, makes me sick. And then, the police just let him go because they're all in the Duck Dynasty together. Hey Jilly, good to see you. Oh, I love your avatar too. You guys have the cutest pets. I just love seeing everybody's avatars. Okay, so Joe, I wish we could gift each other memberships. That would be really cool. If we could gift like a certain person one, it would be really nice. I don't know why YouTube does that. I think it's for marketing because they'll send you like someone that you barely even go in there, or if you've been in their chat one time, or maybe even if you haven't even been in there, you'll get a membership randomly. I've always gotten memberships to places that I wanted to get a membership for. So I've been lucky that it landed on me in the good ways. So, um, all right, guys. So this is Mob's video I want to share with you, and we'll get started just because I know it's a little bit long, but I'm very interested. I'm kind of people said they were on the edge of their seats, and I was like, "Oh my gosh." And then like I said, that's when I got the thought like I'm a little embarrassed because my footage is like nothing compared to this, obviously. Now, we have a different car and please, let me know what you're thinking in the comments. If you guys have watched Chris's series on this, because I haven't got a chance to watch all of it. And I know he's been pushing out content with these new videos. And I would just love to hear your feedback because I haven't been able to keep up with everything that he's put out. Um, oh, really? So KP's been posting on Facebook? She's a bold and brazen one, isn't she? What's she posting? Other kids missing flyers? But bum ching. All right, here we go.
And if you haven't watched the show for a bit, we'll get you kind of caught up on what's going on. But we've been getting a lot of new security footage going through it. And recently kind of got this footage overlooking the construction area in the cemetery, which obviously is east of Sebastian's home. And there's a lot of activity going on the night that he went missing. And there's a little bit of suspicious activity on the 25th as well. That's very similar to what we see on the 26th. But the 26th, it ramps up. But we didn't really kind of know what we were looking at and where these vehicles were at. But I've had locals go out there and do some amazing work literally these past 2 days. And it's helped me to kind of figure out where the most likely spot that these vehicles are at, because there's only so many spots they could be driving. We'll kind of see that as we go through this, but I promise.
Okay, guys. So apparently, Chris has been getting footage from locals that are going out and getting boots on the ground. So that's fantastic. I hope that they do that. I really do. And maybe they'll be better received than like an outsider like me, going in the neighborhood. They're just going to have to deal with it. It's a public, streets are public. You don't get to tell people how to drive or where to drive or anything or where to walk. I could walk on the street all day and they couldn't call the cops. So Kiki says no, she's posted about Culver's and Sebastian. Well, that's good. Hopefully, they could go to the Hendersonville one and get them $1 off of a double chocolate malt, extra malt.
Issue. Um, especially what was sent to me today. It's pretty wild. Sorry, I'm going to turn that down here. Oh, we don't do Celsius. That sounds nice though. Oh, I've always wanted to go to Australia.
Okay, so the problem with the dirt mound in the cemetery, CC, well, it's not a problem per se. I just don't know because when I was there and we were in the cemetery, there was a fresh grave being dug up. And they were actually, they had the whole casket and they were ready to drop the casket in there. So it's a very active cemetery. Um, I don't know if it would be beneficial or how they would handle it because it's the church property. If, somebody was to try to find like the archives and the obits where, people had passed away and it was around that time. Um, I just don't know how they would have been able to pull that off. I still, but I will say it might be because I haven't watched this yet, to figure it out. But like, how did they pull that off? Even at 3 o'clock in the morning, if they were to take him, say, out, at 3 o'clock in the morning, which I think they probably did if he made it home. Um, like digging a grave is not an easy task. If one was already dug, I would think the undertaker would be, um, mindful and know what to look for. Um, I don't know. Unless they know somebody and they paid them. I mean, that's, you know. Oh, the comments are turned off. Well, I mean, I don't know. I try to give credit where credit is due. I just really can't. I mean, I'm very grumpy about this case, guys. I just am. I just want them to find Sebastian already and stop playing games and, you know, um yeah, she could be getting scared, Kiki. I mean, she never did it before, so it's kind of too little too late, and I hate to be that way. I try to be nice to people, but people make it really friggin' difficult. They just really do. They make it so difficult. Um but I think Bo, that's right. I mean, she's probably, you know, pooping her drawers and doesn't know what else to do. Oh, I love my son all of a sudden. I'll just do the right thing and finally. Um, Maybe just burying things. They could have just been burying things. I don't know. It just looks like everything's so well maintained over there. I don't want to debunk Chris's theory too early. I'll be quiet and play it. So I know, Kiki, I'm so angry. I'm so angry. I really am. And then I'm also like, how are the locals sending footage to I thought the police had all of this in the first week. You know what I mean? I just thought they had it in the first week. So I'm like, what are they doing? What are we doing here? Are we playing in a missing kids case? Like, I don't get this at all. It's the weirdest thing.
Man, that sounds fun. Okay. So for anybody that hasn't been watching the channel, this is surveillance footage here. Just kind of do this real quick here. Just for anybody that's not familiar with what we've been doing. So this is Sebastian's home, his neighborhood. We got surveillance from a home back here, and they have 4 cameras, 2 that look in the backyard towards the construction, and 2 that look towards Kellen Lane. But right now we've been focusing on the cameras that look back this way. Obviously, this is where one of the dogs had went and tracked and went into this retention pond here. There's another retention pond here, but the activity that we're going to be looking at is actually in the cemetery. Now, the cemetery, again, I don't know a lot about it, but from the locals, they say this is kind of like a historic cemetery. It's very, very small. I mean, look at it. It is tiny, right? I mean, a lot of people wouldn't even know it was there, right? Because you have this new development you have this school right here, and then just kind of squished in the middle is this little cemetery that a lot of the locals back in the day that went to that church are buried there, from what I understand. And if I get any of those details wrong, and if locals are in here and would like to explain it better, please, because again, I'm still kind of learning. But anyway, so that's where we're looking in the footage, and these lights, and we'll kind of explain some of the stuff that we've been seeing and what we believe is going on, and it gets wild. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is hot. Yeah, it's an interesting, yeah, I don't know how many people, yeah, because it is very small, how many people would really be, it's not like a, more public cemetery, I guess. I don't know if that's a correct term, but anyway, so, here was just an overlay. I showed kind of a daytime switching over to the nighttime. And these lights, what we're kind of focused on is this one here. This is on the 26th and or the 25th and the 26th. It kicks on for about 6 minutes. And so, as you can see here, oops, this is kind of an overlay from the nighttime to the daytime to kind of get you an idea that this is not in the construction area. This is just beyond it in the cemetery. And a lot of the lights in the background are actually from the school. And we kind of figured out what is what, which was really nice. So, anyway, here is some new footage as well. So, this. As you can see, this is almost 8 p.m. on the 25th, and this is the stadium. And as you're going to see, the stadium is going to kick off its lights, and so we can kind of get an idea of what's in the background. It'll really help us kind of get an idea of our bearings of what we're looking at. So this is the stadium, literally as it's going to kick off its lights. Oh, goes pretty fast. There we go. So bam, there, all the lights go out. So we know that stadium is right here. And by seeing that, we now know that these lights, and I'll show you here in a minute, these lights are the bleacher side of the stadium on the kind of the south side of the stadium.
Okay, guys, so you can see all the stationary lights in here. I did see this. This is part of what I watched a little bit of the other night when Chris was on. And you can notice like which lights are stationary in the background here. Like you can see all the ones that are just stationary. And then, you're going to see some moving around as well. Carrie, just to answer your question, really good question. How much time was there from Katie leaving the restaurant to Katie coming home? So we do not know that because Katie is withholding the audio that she says proves that they made it home. Seth has never heard it. I don't know if they kept it from law enforcement because law enforcement has never, got a warrant to search until a year later. They've just really dropped the ball. It's really sick. And I can't wait to wait to get there to protest, honestly. I really can't. It's one of those things that it's absolutely preposterous. We have no information. That's why a lot of people, I would say probably about a 50-50 think that Sebastian made it home, and then the other 50% think that he didn't. So, and, you know, some people think that Sebastian was handed off, and somebody has him and they're keeping him hostage, and other people think that he was taken out during the 3 a.m. lights video, and either he's being held hostage or he's no longer with us. Um, those are the big major theories. But it seems pretty split down the middle. When it comes to people who think that, Sebastian has been abducted from his home, which, everything kind of points to that. And, that his mother took him out with those flashlights. And this is footage from the neighborhood cameras that night, I believe. Let me make sure it's not botched up or anything. 2/25/24. Yeah, 1956. Okay. Yeah. So, um, yeah, this is actually from that night. And that's not something that we can get from many of the cameras, or many people are keeping their cameras close.
Uh, this North Star, as I call it, I don't think this light is there anymore. This, I believe, was in the tree line between the cemetery and the school. People have been out there trying to look for it. I don't think this thing exists anymore. But again, here's just kind of another shot um, of the stadium, just so we can look. So now this is a local. Yeah, and again, there's a lot of locals. Huge shout out to those that you know who you are for doing this. But here's somebody taking a picture from the new development, because obviously we can't, now with the new development, all the homes are built up. So let's say if we were to go back and look at security footage recently at night, we wouldn't be able to see anything because it's all blocked by homes. So we had to get closer to get a picture. But here is a picture of the. So as you can see, the stadium is here, and then that's the bleachers. And you'll notice a couple of lights here, and you'll notice that they fit perfectly with these lights that I'm going to fade into it. And ooh, that is, yeah, that's not sure where we're at, but I'm sure we're down in the 20s or 30s. So as you can see, I'm kind of fading that photo out into the surveillance, and you notice those lights line up with those. So we kind of have an idea that this is the stadium here. So here's just kind of an overview of kind of just a rough idea of where things are at. So the red circle is kind of the stadium. This yellow circle here is the bleacher lights, which are here. The North Star would be somewhere around here, but again, I don't think it's there anymore. And then the C is actually not the church, but it's a building that's part of the school. I guess that's where they keep their equipment. And there's some lights on that. So we have an idea of what is what. And this really helps out, I promise you, as we dive deeper into this. And then we have the unknown light that kicks on the 25th and 26th, which we believe is somewhere near the pond in the cemetery. Yes, Julie, it is huge. It is so huge. And again, I can't shout out enough people, and I know some people may remain anonymous. But again, so this is where it gets interesting, because again, if you've been following us, we've been trying to figure out this light that kicks on the night before he goes missing and the night of that he goes missing. And this is the new theory. And I think, again, I'm not 100%, but this is the closest thing that I can think of that would make sense of what this light is. And it's really wild. And eventually we'll probably know more if this is accurate or not. So As you can see, it's the 25th, the night before he went missing. Notice the time is at 3:30, well, 3:26 a.m. This is a memorial plaque. I don't know if that's the right term. If somebody knows exactly, it's a memorial thing. Um, looks like it's made out of cement, and I don't know if it's got marble. Um, again, if anybody knows in the chat, please correct me. But I think that thing could be the source of the light.
Okay, guys, so I do remember seeing that the one that they're talking about right now, the gravestone or headstone, um, it's pretty noticeable because it's black, and a lot of them are kind of more of like a cement type of a material or whatever you want to call it. Good to see you, Meow. Thanks so much for being here. So yeah, really interesting. Because I know people were saying, "What is that? What is that big thing?" And I thought it was probably one of the bigger gravestones that they have or headstones. Because some of them are actually like in the ground, but then other ones are the raised up big ones. Hey, Carla, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Oh gosh, I've been running around like a chicken with my head cut off. Um, it's been absolutely insane. Just I've just been going nonstop. So I'm glad you're here, Carla. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, Kat. Back in the day when I skateboarded, we, of course, before skate parks, of course, we kind of lucked out. But before all the skate parks started popping up everywhere, we had to skateboard, on at schools and stuff, and get trespassing tickets and stuff. Anyway, yeah, we a lot of times we go at night, so that way we wouldn't get busted for trespassing. Um, anyway, yeah, there was a stadium by where we were skateboarding, and yeah, they always had the lights on where the bleachers were, and part of the stadium was kind of lit up where the track was. So anyway, here's Silver's on the scene. Yes, thank you, Jess. That's what I was thinking it was. Yeah, for those that are not buried and got cremated, right? It's yeah, thank you, Jazz.
Okay, guys. So as you can see too, I just kind of wanted to point out that everything is really well manicured. So if the police were notified of these findings and they went out there, they should have seen something or been able to identify which area was being referred to, because it's a very well kept, it's not like it's an old graveyard that nobody goes to or anything like that. Just, putting it out there.
I just don't know, is it called a memorial plaque or memorial something? Oh, Sooth and Sandals, steel and brass plates. Oh, thank you. And yeah, that would be very reflective. So here's Silver's coming up on this little intersection, right? Notice if it goes left, there's kind of a high point. There's only two ways to go, and then they kind of circle back into one, right? And there's this plot. To the right of it is the pond. And also to the right of it is that memorial thing right there. As you can see, there it is. Mausoleum, is that what it's called?
Yes, it's called a mausoleum. I just Googled it.
Yeah, good luck spelling it. Yeah. Don't ask me to spell it. But yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. So anyway, obviously one of the questions was, well, does this thing have like, some kind of automated lights on it? Well, thanks to a local, you know who you are. Huge shout out to you. I don't know if I got to thank you in the email or not. There's so many emails. But they took pictures of the front and back, And as you can see, this is the back of it, right? So as you can see, this is now the new development, all the homes, right? Before, all these homes in the back were not there. That's kind of what I was thinking too, right? Isn't a mausoleum much bigger? That's what I was saying, like a memorial. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sure somebody will get the right term, but we all know what we're referencing. So that's the back. As you can see, no lights in the back. 0. And here is the front. And as you can see, no lights, right?
You know what's really sad too, guys, is that even if Chris was to solve this case, because I saw a crazy bird say, I was flabbergasted at Mob Show tonight. Chris is going to solve this case for Craddock. I think they already know. I think they already know, and they're not doing their job. They have to. They had all of this stuff the first week. The first week. So, but they're not willing to charge. The prosecutor's not willing to charge, the DA's not willing to charge, the Craddock's not willing to do his job. So, I mean, it sucks because all of this hard work that everybody's been doing on Sebastian's case is really all for naught if they don't do if the police aren't willing to do anything about it, right? And arrest and charge and all of that, it sucks. It sucks really, really bad. Um, but I'm glad to see people are starting to have a conscience and work together and start giving the footage and realizing that their police station might be, corrupt. And I know that's very tough to handle, but it is what it is.
So clearly this isn't, some kind of automated lights that light this thing up, which would make sense, right? But there is none. But still plates and stuff like that. So it's to be highly reflective, right? So keep that in mind. This would definitely be highly reflective. Oh, thank you, Karen. So I think this is my best guess right now. And let me know what you guys think. But I think this is probably I think there's a high chance this could be what is the source. Because again, this is where the light source is coming from. It is coming from that general direction, right? Especially now where we know where the stadium is, behind it. This lines up perfectly. And the fact that it's kind of like a rectangle, and remember from the other view, we would kind of see it from almost, notice here, we would almost see it from kind of a side right here. So I think a good scenario is that a car is coming from the east side of the road, right, that loops, that's on the lower end, so where the camera wouldn't see. And this is a car with its headlights slowly driving up to it, or even just sitting there, and then eventually kicking their lights off, but with their headlights on, they are causing this to reflect. If that makes sense.
I think that really does make perfect sense because those mausoleums, we'll just call it that because that's what I'm thinking it is. It's to, put people who don't want to be buried, who have been cremated, and so I'm thinking, it's just a memorial thing like that. But I can see how it would be highly reflective, just because it's that shiny black. It's like a shiny material, and I could probably Google that too to see what it is exactly. But that makes a lot of sense that somebody could have been in the graveyard, um, at 3 a.m. is very creepy and freaky, like Kiki said. Very, very strange. And I wanted to say thank you to Holly for your super sticker. Thank you so much, Holly. And also to Chuchi, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. If you got a membership, make sure you say thank you to Kiki, or thank you to Chuchi, and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. I looked at Kiki's message right underneath this. um, Oh, awesome. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe, Catherine. Thank you. Um, so yeah, he's turning everything into FBI TBI. I think Craddock can be forced to do this. Oh, good. Well, yeah, and I'll say the FBI is definitely involved. They are. They are. Well, there's a $50,000 reward for Sebastian, and he's on the most wanted list. Um, for the FBI. I'll drop the flyer.
Because as if you were going towards it, you would be. Unfortunately, silver is in this drive anyway. I don't think. I think he drives back on this road, so we don't quite get to see what it'd be look like. But again, from the camera, notice we got the high end of the road here. If a car was up or down here on the east side, we wouldn't see that from the surveillance, even with the lights on and everything, right? But because this low point here and where the memorial thing is at, that would light up. So if you had a car, say, somewhere back here, opposed to up here, because notice the difference, right? It would probably light that plaque up. So that means there's a good possibility that there's a vehicle back there lighting this thing up. And we'll know more here within a week or so. But notice our view, that would be almost our view. And notice how it's got that, kind of rectangular lighting to it. And I think even with something shining this way, we would get the rectangle shine from the marble, steel, whatever it's made out of. But yeah, let me know what you guys think. But I think that is probably the most likely scenario of what that is. And if that is true, that it means that there is a car sitting there somewhere with its lights on, reflecting on this for 6 minutes. So what are they doing for 6 minutes out there? And that's on the night before he goes missing and then the night after. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, not to get too distracted with. Yeah. Um. Oh, Bliss, thank you so much for gifting 5 Mob Crew memberships. That is so awesome. If you did get gifted, if you could please thank Bliss. That is so awesome. Bliss, thank you so much for the support. It means the world to me. Um Again, I'm really excited just because there's a lot going on behind the scenes. A lot of people coming together. Um and yeah. Leah says that was my suspicion. Yeah, now looking at it again, I just because of how square it is, it's very uniformed, that light, right? Very rectangle, uniformed. If it's somebody out there with a flashlight, it would be more round, right? And especially, they'd have to completely hold it still. That thing does not move at all. So I think that makes the most sense. That whatever that thing is very stationary, does not move. and it's lit up for about 5 to 6 minutes. So I think that is being reflected off something that has a light. So let's get to the night before he went missing. And I promise you, this is only the beginning. There's so much more we've learned, and it is gonna we're gonna have some hopefully
Okay, guys, really quick, I just wanted to say thank you to Chuchi for gifting another membership. Thank you, Chuchi. That's so sweet of you. And welcome to the Dragon Tribe. If you got a membership, please say thank you to Chuchi. And I saw the question, um, the protest should be in February 25th. I have to get together with Betty and see when she's planning it for sure, because I told her I would make some flyers and stuff for it, or spread awareness about it. Um, Somebody go drink a malt for me on Sunday for Sebastian. Yeah, I'm gonna do that on Sunday. Um, so I will do that for you, Carla, specifically. And then I'll make sure I take a picture. I'm going to bring them up a flyer over here where I live. And I did that when they did a big search and I was passing out flyers in Missouri from Tennessee um, when they were doing a search with Terry Lynn. So, I mean, that works out really, really well to spread awareness in our own areas. And I was so surprised how many people wanted to take 2 flyers and put one up at their church. So, just really, really sweet. Um, the guy's name was something Miranda. Yeah, yeah, the Miranda warning. Yeah, or your Miranda rights. Um, they got to read them to you, otherwise you could get off. And Tyler Perry does that. When he plays Medea, he talks about talks about Miranda wasn't there, and so he got away with it. She did. She got away with whatever she did. Who knows? She jumped over a counter and beat someone up or something. I don't know. Seymour Miranda. Thank you, Joe. Yeah, was murdered in Phoenix over a card game. Yeah. Isn't that sad? That's so sad. A graper. Oof. We don't like rapers here. All right, guys. So here we go.
oh, it's Colin Barlum. Colin Barlum? Man, that's a mouthful. I'm just going to refer to it as the memorial thing for right now, not to be disrespectful. Yeah, that's a mouthful because I'll butcher that. Interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Angel, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. God bless you. Okay. So I also, because people love that white, the negative that I do. Let me blow this up just a little bit. So this is the 25th, the night before he went missing. We're just going to go over the events and what's going on. So obviously on the 25th at 3:23, that light goes on. Like I said, very uniformed. Stays on for about 5 to 6 minutes and then slowly fades out. Almost if somebody's driving towards it or away, like maybe they're backing up with their headlights. And then 15 minutes later, we have a car driving south, and that is on the upper end of the cemetery. Where we had that loop I showed you guys, there's the upper and lower end. So that vehicle is up here driving compared to a vehicle down here where we wouldn't see because it's too low. This would be blocking it. So on the 25th, we have, oh, yeah. At 3:45, we have a vehicle going, right? So that's 15 minutes after the light, most likely on the memorial thing. Then 4 minutes later, we have, and this is blown up here with the negative. Oh, it goes fast. It's really hard to see. But once again, 4 minutes later, we have another vehicle driving. And just to show you guys from a top-down view, there's only this road, and then this road back here, but I don't think we can see this road because it's low. Like, see how high this is up, because of the rolling hill. So the only thing we could see would be this road. That's the only thing, right? The only other road would be way out here, and I think that's way too far. I mean, that we're going through like 4 tree lines.
Wow. So Kiki, yeah, she says, why the heck would they also go to the cemetery the night before? I guess the practice run. It's crazy. Yeah, because there was a lot of activity of the same types of vehicles um that were seen multiple nights in a row. And then if there was all this activity at the cemetery, that is very odd to me. Um Yeah, it makes me wonder why people were normalizing that. Oh, I go to the cemetery in the middle of the night all the time. Okay, Terry Lynn. Times have changed in the most prisons. Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately. But, I think they deserve it too. They don't change, they're a pred's a pred, you know.
So yeah, that is most definitely 1 or 2 vehicles the night before he goes missing, driving on the higher up end of that private drive, which is wild. What are they doing? Right? On a Sunday morning at 3 o'clock in the morning, 3:40. Yeah, Patricia, exactly. And as like I said, I've showed you guys how much footage I've been getting just to show you the chaos. These are hours. Um, and I've gone through all of these and more. So we're talking, 50 plus hours easily of footage.
Holy Moses. Did you guys see all that footage that Chris has? Holy cow. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I think Chris is the perfect person to have this. Like I said, he's a master at the footage. So I'm glad that people are giving this to him. But can you imagine having that much evidence against whoever did this to Sebastian? They're not doing a damn thing about it. I mean, I'm beyond flabbergasted right now. Wow.
Going through every pixel. But in regards to that, like I said, I told you guys the last few lives, I've gone through the days before, I've gone through hours after or before these events. Nothing. Zilt. Nothing. Nothing going on. And I keep getting more footage just to check. Like, I keep asking, for random times at night and still nothing. I do think, yeah, I think it, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I know some people do that in Cemetery Cinderella, but it's usually, isn't it like the bigger ones where you kind of have to go through and like you can, it's like where you can kind of hide out. This one is like very open and it's small, and you guys could probably see it from the aerial shots that Chris is showing, but And I know that people do gravestone rubbings and all of that. But Terry Lynn was out there putting Christmas lights on one of her relatives' gravestones and being like, "Oh yeah, I do this all the time at night. I hang out over here all the time at night." I'm like, "No, there's something weird about that. Why are you doing that? Be careful." Um, so Little Red. It's really I can't I'm like I said earlier, I cannot believe that he's got all that footage. So that means that the police have 10 times that amount, right? 10 times probably. I mean, I'm just guessing. It's just a wild guess. It's all alleged in my opinion, but I'm just saying if he's got that much and in the very beginning they were asking neighbors to turn their footage in and then also they were asking for people to turn it in on like what is it called? Oh crud, with the neighbors, the neighbors all do the co-op for the cameras and they all turn it in next door. That app and that sort of thing. It just makes you wonder how much evidence do the police have that they're just sitting on. I think the FBI needs to raid Sumner County Sheriff's Office and grab up all those files before they disappear, like Sebastian.
There is. There is, Bridget. Okay, so now the night he disappeared. Now this is where it gets really, really wild. So once again, not at the same exact time, because remember on the 25th it was at 3:23. It started till about 3:29. This one starts at 3:41 ish, something like that, and goes till 3:47. And again, this is the night he disappeared. And this would be about 30 minutes, give or take, after the alleged 3 a.m. lights and unknown vehicle. Yeah, you could pull in at night. Yeah, for sure. Now the gate, I'm so glad you mentioned the gate because there is technically two ways you could technically get in. And I'm glad you brought that up. Might as well mention that. This is why it gets a little even more freakier because this, and actually, I'm going to play a video here in just a minute. When you go up here, this is the other way in. So this is Ward Lane right here. But there is a gate right here. And it is padlocked. At least the times that I've had somebody go out there and check. So it's kind of interesting that it's almost like because I don't see cars coming in, right? That's the thing. Like I forget to mention is I keep looking before these lights in the cars. I really don't see them coming in, which is odd, really odd. So it makes you wonder if they came in the back way, I wouldn't be able to see it because again, there's higher ground in front of it. So keep that in mind. But great question. Now at the main entrance, yeah, you could get in. So 26, we have the same situation, but slightly 15 minutes 30, yeah, 10, 15 minutes before. Now, notice this is Long Hollow Pike at 3:45. We have a vehicle going east towards the cemetery school area at 3:45. Here it is. There it goes. And everybody that's just wondering, that's Sebastian's neighborhood. And this vehicle, our camera is up here and it's capturing it about right here. Cemetery entrance is right here. It's kind of got an in and an outlet, and then you can go beyond. Here's the church, and then the cemetery's up here. So we have this vehicle at 3:45. Heading east.
So vehicle heading east in the cemetery at 3:45, 3:47, almost 30:47. Are they is he presuming that maybe they took Sebastian over there and waited for someone else to come get him? Let me know what you guys think, because I'm just trying to put it together.
Oh, thank you, Karen. Yeah, some of this stuff's been sent or in process. So yeah. So yeah. I'm sorry, as we trying to kind of keep up with chat. So remember, 3:45, we just saw a vehicle, and look at what time it is. It is 3:46. Now, this is where originally I thought this vehicle was in the cemetery. But now, knowing where the stadium is at, and we know that these are the bleachers and the lights on the bleachers, right? And here's a zoomed in negative of it. Just 2 minutes or 2 minutes after, we see a vehicle right where the bleacher lights are at. And again, if you missed it earlier, here's an overlay of someone taking it, a picture towards the bleachers at night. And you can see where the bleacher lights line up as I overlay them. So that is the school area. Now, what makes this very interesting is at 3:45, we have that vehicle, and about 2 minutes later, we have this vehicle here. And I am about 90% sure this is actually in the school area right here. And this is a car back in that area there. Now, for those that don't know, this is where it gets really odd. Allegedly, Katie was seen at the school. There's been some debate, but from my inside sources, the camera she was allegedly captured on was actually this one here. And she drove up and then did a U-turn. And there are cameras. If you remember Mr. E, Mr. E, they drove all through the school. And there are 2 cameras back on this little building here. I mean, of course, there's cameras, I'm sure, everywhere. But this is allegedly where she turned in and did a U-turn. And this is where we see vehicles the night that he goes missing. So as you can see, here's me overlaying the photos with the security footage and the vehicle, showing that I am 90% sure that this is actually the little area that we can see from where we're at, that's the opening of the back between the stadium and one of the buildings, kind of where the U-turn is. So we're kind of, because we're back here and we're kind of looking this direction, right? And there's the bleacher lights right here, right? And then we have some lights right here, which are from this building here, which I'll show you guys in a minute. But we would have, we would be able to see a vehicle right here. And so at 3:47, we see a vehicle at the school driving around. That's right. Then, and remember, at 3:47, that vehicle at the school was going on. This light or reflection off that memorial thing is now fading, which means if our theory is correct, there's some vehicles sitting back there that have their lights on, likely waiting for something. Perhaps one of these vehicles to drop something off. Maybe Sebastian. Who knows? We'll probably learn more within the week, as we have so many people coming together to figure some things out. So remember, 3:47, the light fades out. Actually, 3:48-ish. Then at 3:47, we saw the one car at the school. Then look at the timestamp, 3:49, and look where we're at. This is the bleachers, right? Bleacher lights right here. Here's a zoomed in negative of it. And literally 2 minutes later, another vehicle. Or same vehicle, who knows? So here's a comparison, 3:47, 3:49. Literally a 2-minute difference. I mean, what are they doing at that school? I get it if you know, maybe one car wants to, needs to turn around, but you're going to do it twice. But then if that isn't strange enough, two minutes after that, at 3:51, we have another vehicle. Now, this could all just be the same vehicle. But once again, 3:47, 3:49, and 3:51 at the school. Somebody's driving around, or somebody's. Again, not sure if it's one vehicle or multiple vehicles, but clearly they're out there doing something. Just after we had this light source kick on, just like the 25th, almost like people said, like it was a rehearsal. Here's a zoomed in negative of it. Sometimes the negatives help, and then sometimes it's better without the negative. Just kind of depends. But it's very clear. Sometimes it's more like we see like the headlights of the car, and then like the 3:47 one, it's almost like we see more of the tail lights of the car because we see more red, amber. like this compared to this one where it's basically like the headlights, which is interesting. But that's not it. That is not it. So once again, here's just kind of an example. 351. This is kind of what it looks like a car is doing. Not 100% sure. And here is an overlay of all 3 times. Look at that. All 2 minutes apart on the night he went missing at the school. Now, if you think all this is just going on at school, you would be wrong, as there is a vehicle in the church during this time. How do we know that? Well, 3:53, so 2 minutes later, after it's just 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. 2 minutes after that, we have another vehicle. This time it's not in the bleacher section. It's further south. Now, thanks to locals, and you'll kind of notice the headlights are much more brighter, like they're much closer. This vehicle is definitely in the church. Notice the headlights are much brighter, much bigger. Again, we were seeing vehicles up here. So here's me showing 351 just to kind of show the difference, right? But yeah, notice how it's much bigger. Now, thanks to a local. So that is the bleachers right there. Just kind of orient ourselves here. Get a little bit higher here. So that is the bleachers that we're looking at. But then there's some lights over here. And we have this building right here, this rectangular building where it's kind of like the sports, keep all this stuff there. That is actually seen right here. But notice these 2 lights in front of it that are much closer. They're almost near the tree line that almost borders the cemetery and the construction.
Okay, so this is a really good picture right here, guys. I'm looking here. You could really see the stadium, how it's all lit up and everything right there. And I know that the trees are pretty bare, it looks like right now. But yeah, very interesting. And yes, I love that movie, Bo. I used to watch that all the time. It's been a little while since I've seen it. Um, you should have come over and watched the Alec Murdaugh live. Oh my goodness. I just watched the new CW on Alec Murdaugh. I wanted to highlight Carrie's comment again too. Carrie says maybe on the video, maybe one night they were digging a hole and then the next night they were filling it up. Yeah, and I'm thinking, I don't know. Golly, like I said, I mean, that could very well be, and especially if it's not somewhere like right where anybody could spot it easily, they could kind of cover it up a bit and then come back the next evening or excuse me, the next morning. So yeah, I can't rule that out, Carrie. That's a really good thought there. Well, I hope that's not the case. Um, so it is a good one, isn't it, Cinderella? Oh my goodness. He's like cheap's like juicy fruit. Okay.
Much closer. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. So we are looking in that direction, and I was able to find those lights. Oh, that went way much. Oh my God, that went way faster than I wanted it to. Dang it. Anyway, let me kind of slowly do this. You're going to see these lights fade in, and those are these two lights. Again, it's not properly stretched out. Of course, we're getting a view that's much closer from a view that's like way back. So again, everything's not going to line up perfectly because we've got two different views, when I'm trying to overlay a photo. But those lights match up, and that would be the area, and that is basically kind of right there. Gosh, I went way faster than I wanted it to. I'm sorry. Something I wanted to pause on here. Right.
I agree with that, Kiki. She says, CP and KP have to be freaking out knowing that we all know what Mom has uncovered. Oh my gosh, I bet. I could just hear Chris yelling at his TV screen, right? He's just probably going nuts. Um, yeah, and I don't know. I'll have to go look and see when that was posted on Facebook if I can see it. I don't know if I'm blocked or something, but yeah, I think you're right. Did Chris or Katie have friends in the local law enforcement? Yes. Oh yeah, they're Navy, they're ex-Navy. The law enforcement officer that lives directly behind them was said to have been having hanky panky with Katie. And I can't confirm or deny that. That's all alleged. Um, not even in my opinion. But yeah, he's a part-time or like a motorcycle cop, something like that. Um, when I looked him up, he didn't look like somebody that would want to risk it all for Katie though either. So I'm like, wow. But yeah, they certainly do. They have a lot of pull in that town, Carrie. I actually went to Pig Fest, which is a big fest that they have like barbecue fest. And the reason why I went was because they didn't want Sebastian's flyer handed out there. So, but they would allow for one of the crude, vile channels on YouTube to be a sponsor, and then also Chris's like family members were sponsors. Um, a bunch of the town bigwigs were involved in it and are involved in it. Um, so it's just really, really sad all the way around because they're getting away with whatever they did. I can't go so far as to say that they did something to hurt Sebastian, but with it being 2 years, I just don't know what they would have done with him or who would still be keeping him. With the $50,000 reward, that's quite the reward. So I would think if anybody spotted him or saw him, you know, Chris and Katie said Sebastian liked tofu. So that's kind of an odd item that you wouldn't necessarily see people buying a whole lot. In my opinion, I'm not a big tofu person, but either way, that was something to look out for if they were keeping him somewhere. We just haven't had any type of indication of where Sebastian could be all this time. But they do. They're best buds. There's absolute corruption in Hendersonville, Tennessee. No doubt about it. And if you guys don't think so, prove me wrong. Alrighty. Thanks, Carrie, for the good questions. Thank you so much.
So those lights are about right there, if that makes sense. See the two lights there, almost perfect. And that would make sense because the bleachers are here. You'd have those lights, and then that building would be kind of back here. So this car is here. So it's clearly in front of the building. We would not, obviously, from that direction, if there's a car driving, it would be blocked by this building. So we are definitely seeing there's only one road in between that, and that is this one cemetery road right here. And that is a vehicle for sure exiting the cemetery. So that means there's been a vehicle in the cemetery for God knows how long. Probably was the one responsible for lighting up that memorial thing. Meanwhile, at the same time, you have cars at the school just bordering, and we're gonna get some on the boots on the ground footage, and I'll show you here in a bit. That's gonna really blow your mind if it hasn't been already. What are the odds? You got vehicles in the cemetery, a historical cemetery, not not I, I don't know what you call it, commercial, public cemetery. Um, you know, and at the same time, you've got this one little spot in the school, uh, again at 3 a.m., where there's either one or more cars driving around. And then on top of that, that is where allegedly Katie was caught driving on camera, looping around. There's security cameras right here. Allegedly, she kind of came up and then zipped back around. Exactly where we're seeing these vehicles. Is that wild? So 353, we see this vehicle that is definitely in the church. Here's just an overlay from the daytime to nighttime. This is where it's at. As you can see, it's much lower than these lights up here. And that building would be here. So obviously there's only one other road, which means that is in the church. And here's the same vehicle just caught on the other camera, because we have two cameras that kind of overlap each other just a little bit. And you'll see the vehicle right here, and this is the negative of it. 353, you're going to kind of course, there's a lot more trees in the way, but you can see it just kind of slowly going through. The negative, you can see it, but I don't know if the negative really helps. There's just a lot of trees right there, but you can see a little bit of it going through at 353. And here's me overlaying both of them one more time. There's a reason why.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to pop in because it wouldn't let me say it in the chat. So I have to say it here. I saw Carla's post. She said that betcha anything that Fishy's going to be coming out, to disparage our Chris here at Mob Crew. And I said, just let him do that. I'll roast Fishy and then I'll fry him up like a cod sandwich over at Culver's. So if he even does that to Chris at all, we can all speculate. That guy is such a bully. I'll tell you what. I will roast him, toast him, and fry him in a pan. I will. Don't get me started. Good evening, Night Driver. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. I'm like, nobody messes with Chris from Mob. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, you guys. I'll tell you. Like I said, I was telling Carrie when she was asking about, the what time Katie made it home. There's about like half and half of us that think he didn't make it home, and half that think he did. And some of our really good friends. Some of our really good friends, that I really respect, have different opinions than me, and I love it. I don't want, I don't want us to be robots. Never let him forget you're the man. Leave. Exactly, Little Red. Oh my gosh, it just makes me so mad because he bullied me too. And so I'm like, bring it, because I can still bring a lawsuit. for... Okay, I'll stop, but we'll see what happens. You better watch it.
Why I keep showing this vehicle, because again, this is definitely in the church. And this is just allegedly 30 to 40 minutes after it, allegedly, if Sebastian was abducted or moved. Pretty strange that you got all this going on. So as the car leaves the cemetery, and this, unfortunately, this is what it looked like in reverse. I don't know if Silver's got him driving back the other way. It kind of cuts. The one video that I have, it kind of cuts after he's kind of coming back. So this is the road that they would be on. Just unfortunately, obviously, I've got it in reverse. But this would be the road. Um,
Yeah, he's earning that 15 G's, Little Red, that he has to earn that 15 G's because he certainly didn't do anything to go out and find Sebastian. So, most PIs, they use that for gas or, expenses on the road, but not Fishy. No, he just sits in his computer and, acts like a fool on X, and because he's got to earn that 15 G's some way. So,
and then, of course, to the right of us would be the school and area. But as you can see, there would be a low point. It'll start to flatten out where we would see the vehicle. So it makes sense why we wouldn't see a lot of it because there's a lot of high ground, but there's a few spots where it'd be high enough on the road that it would be captured.
Little Red, I hate to say this, but it's because he's got a drone. So these big networks will sell out because they want his drone footage, which is really sad because I've not watched a lot of these people because of the way they've handled themselves in Sebastian Rogers' case. If drone footage is enough to sell your soul for, I say let them have at it. But that's all that they, get him for is the drone footage. Just like in Emmanuel's case, he was flying his drone over the top of their house, right? The very thing that he didn't want being done to Chris and Katie, he's doing that to another family, right? But it's okay if they do it to that family. But it's not okay if Chris and Katie get the same treatment. See? So, but yeah, they sell out for drone footage. That's all that guy has is drone footage. That's it. Which any of us can go out and get a drone and go get drone footage and you know, insert ourselves into the case. It's just like what he did in Jesse Farber's case. Two ATV riders found Jesse, not SF Investigates, but he certainly got his butt out there really quick and got his, drone out there. And oh look, he's a creep times 1,000. No, Katie's car allegedly never left that night, Carrie. No, there is no proof of that unless law enforcement has it and we don't know about it. So, um, talking about me is how he's trying to earn that money. Seth, good to see you, Seth. Thank you for being here. Yeah, isn't it ridiculous? But he does that to everybody. Like it's horrible. I'm like, I need a good drone and I could just go, but I think he does trade it for the interview. I think he says, I'll give you my drone footage if you give me a spot on the panel. And then he looks like he's in the high profile cases, but he's not. He doesn't do jack. He's a keyboard warrior like the rest of us.
I've heard there are like one or two cameras. And there are people actually, as we speak, trying to get a hold of the church. So there are things definitely going on. That's a great question, Melissa. So there's a reason I'm showing this a couple times, because right after 353, and again, we just had a bunch of cars up here. We had this car that was in the cemetery for God knows how long. And then notice at 358, so that would make sense because it's got to still, there's still a bit of time for it to go out to the exit of the church and then take a right. And I don't think it's a coincidence that about 4 minutes later, give or take, we have a vehicle heading west on Long Hollow. Any second here. Take a sip here. And there goes the car. Again, do I know 100% that was the same car from the church? I don't, but there's only so many vehicles that go by between 3 and 4. I think there's somewhere between 8 and 10 vehicles between that hour. But the timing of it is pretty, again, if they did leave the cemetery and then go west on Long Hollow, that would line up. So pretty wild. And there's more. There's so much more. And again, there's a lot going on behind the scenes. I'm super stoked. Oh, I know you're gonna. That's funny. You mentioned that. Yeah, if you want to get kind of down the rabbit hole, there's a Mason Lodge right here. If you really want to go down the the rabbit hole. But yeah. Kind of interesting. Yeah, Mason Lodge. Were they part of the Masons? I don't know. But thank you, Kiki, for the $4.99. And yeah, if you want to go down some rabbit holes, there's definitely one there. Is West going to Gallatin? No, no, I think East is Gallatin, right? But yeah, it's going back this way. Which, interestingly enough, remember there's license plate readers right at this intersection here. But if they're in here doing stuff and then they come back and go out this way, well, they don't have to worry about the license plate reader. And then remember, Crispy said the one that's over, I'm not sure exactly how far it is, but there's one further west on I-74 or Highway 74 or Long Hollow. That one does not work. That's quite interesting. Yeah, Gallatin East. Yes, thank you, Sensei, or Sassy. I'm sorry, so many S's. That's my dyslexic mind.
One thing that I was wondering about, and I didn't want to get my tinfoil hat too firmly attached on that one, but I was wondering if they knew somebody at the Mason Lodge, could they have had Sebastian go to the Mason Lodge first, right? And they kept him there, and then whatever they're doing in the cemetery, I mean, I don't know. I do know that historically we see people that will take the life of a loved one and then they will bury them someplace close, or they will bury them someplace that they know that that loved one liked. We saw this in the Jaden Spicer case. Jaden Spicer's mother dug a shallow grave and put him there in order to have him be closer to his grandmother who passed away. And this is Jaden. I'm in no way, shape, or form saying that I think that's what happened here. I'm just purely speculating on another case where we saw this behavior. And there's plenty of them out there as well. And in this case, little Jaden was placed by these two in the middle. His grandmother had passed away. The two in the middle said, "Oh, we don't want to deal with Jaden," so they gave him to his mother, Felicia Gross and Joshua Gross, and they're both in big trouble for hurting Jaden. Um, Beautiful, poor little guy. Um, I'm just glad that he was laid to rest. Excuse me, laid to rest properly. Just a shame.
Anyway, now if you really want to, again, even get even more wild. So this is Mom Boss Mayo. Now I'm not sure if this is this was sent to me literally like 30 minutes before I went live. So I don't know if she's playing somebody else's video or if this is hers and she's rewatching it. But she was out there on April 1st of last year. So we're talking what? Just over a month after he disappeared. And she's in the cemetery. Well, she comes across some very disturbing things. So I'm going to play this again. If anybody knows, heard this channel, knows, shout out to this channel for having this. Again, I don't know if this is her footage that she's rewatching, but what she comes across is really, really disturbing. So I think she's walking south right here. Okay.
And then what gets me is his mom. I'm with my husband because
Okay, so this is her footage. So shout out to her, Mom Boss Mayo. And thank you to Hindsight. Hindsight says, yeah, it's black marble. That's what I thought. I was thinking marble. Whatever it is, I'm sure we could all agree it's that memorial thing is very reflective. So interesting. I need to use the restroom for 2 seconds, so I'm going to play this. But here in about a couple of minutes, she's going to come across some very, I guess, just you could say even disturbing things, or very interesting.
at this point,
Stuff.
Sebastian could be anywhere. Sebastian could be getting the word out. He will
Let me
be
get my
found.
bearings here
And
before I
if
go
you told me to
talking.
check by the school, by the river, I had to check my TikTok, my messages. Some people have been sending me some inbox
She
messages.
said it was April 1st, I believe, April 1st of last year. Did he?
Oh, she sure ain't no mama.
She's eventually gonna walk on
My children
the
ask about him every day.
side where it's kind
Mama,
of
have they found
borders
Sebastian?
the construction and the cemetery, I believe. Yeah.
Can we pass out flyers like today?
Um,
He has a baseball game. So when I picked up
sorry, if I had time, I would have probably
go to the
ran
baseball
a
game, I'm sure she gonna want to pass out flyers, so I have plenty of
smoothness. It wasn't so shaky, but that's okay. Hopefully, you guys don't get too sick. She eventually kind of slows down here. Okay, so there's the construction. So here is where, obviously, this is. I'm sure you guys now kind of know where we're at. This is that intersection, and then of course to our right is the pond, and right there, actually, I can even see. I believe that memorial thing right there. Now, what she discovers here in just a minute is wild. April 1st of last year, 2024.
Anniversary with my babe. Ugh. I'm gonna do a post and I'm gonna put up like from year 1 all the way up.
Oh,
Okay. Thought I got the smelling something.
oh, interesting. The lock gate on Ward Lane has a path where you can easily drive around it with an SUV, truck, or ATV. Locals would definitely know about this. Interesting. Very interesting. Thank you, Dyer.
And guys, if I would have had some more time to do this, I could have like probably added some of my footage in here because it is a gate that stops like from the road traffic, but it's not a gate that goes all around of this, and I can't see who this is. Oh no, I'm sorry. Dari. I don't know. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Is absolutely correct.
And there's the pond. Again, I don't know 100%. I know at least one was drained multiple times, I believe. I'm sure probably they put divers in a lot of these. But you know, things get missed, right? But I'm gonna use the bathroom. Dyer, thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate that. A great point. So I'm gonna go full screen real quick, guys. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna let this play. She's gonna discover something that is truly wild. Hopefully she doesn't swear in this. I haven't really proofed it.
Just want to search.
Is it bad, guys, that I want her to swear? No, I'm just kidding. It's night court. It's okay.
I want to search over and back through here. Y'all see that man come after me? Y'all let me know. You guys are welcome. That way you guys can protect me. Private Eye Inspector Gadget niece, mom, boss. That's my name. Wait a minute. Let me go down right here. Ooh, it's mud right here, y'all. Like quicksand. Ooh, that ain't good. You're probably like, where that girl go?
And guys, I don't know when this is coming up, but I just want to say really quick because it just popped in my head. I really hope that the police are watching them like they should be, like they should have always been watching them to make sure that they're not going and moving anything around, in my opinion.
What is it? I have to go back over the fence to get to that. Yeah, I don't sweat in my hair. Watch when I turn around. Watch when I turn my camera around.
Okay,
Y'all
it's
gonna be like,
coming
girl,
up
your
here
hair
soon.
was straight.
So I kind of skipped it forward
Hello,
here.
everyone. We're on a live search. That's the people that are just now tuning in.
Okay, I believe.
Yeah, I'm still fit to be 43
So
now.
she's on the stadium. So the stadium's
Oh,
right to the
y'all,
right,
TikTok the
right?
phone on
This is where
15%.
it's absolutely wild. Okay, so she is.
This spray takes 15 minutes and it protects your car for 8 months. Sounds like a scam, right? But watch.
Now, let me use Google Earth. Okay. Remember, we had vehicles here, light source here, probably a car sitting here. We had a car twice on the night before up here. And she is walking right up here. So remember, if our theory is correct, if there was a car sitting here illuminating this, were they sitting there in the car with their lights on, but they were out of their car and getting rid of something in this tree line? She's going to be walking up this. Are you ready for this?
Keep y'all with me as long as I can. And when I get to the car, I can plug it up.
Oh, really?
So yeah, I'm following the fence line by the school. Somebody told me to do this. Ugh. Ugh. What is that? Wait a minute. Y'all, some just smelled terrible when I just wait a minute.
Oh,
Stop back right here.
What? That was it. Oh, I didn't know this. I haven't even really watched this. I just, again, a good friend.
Yeah, it smells terrible right here.
And just remember, you guys, that Katie would have had time in the morning. She said that, she woke up, looked for Sebastian, da 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 da. I don't believe any of that shit. I really don't. So she would have had about 38 minutes to get rid of whatever she was trying to get rid of, evidence wise, or whatever she was doing. And she was seen, circling the parking lot at the school on camera. So I know Carrie had asked earlier, did Katie leave it all that night? Did her vehicle leave it all that night? No, but it did in the morning.
Oh, I'm telling you, y'all, you easily been stuck up. Oh, look, I'm gonna find a way through there. Am I too close for y'all? Y'all able to see? I'm finna go right back where I just was, y'all. It smelled terrible.
Right here.
What is it? Y'all see that? Y'all, I can't get through here. Oh, look, I'm gonna try.
Don't really know. I would think, but I could have moved something. Moved them
Sorry,
after,
YouTube.
before.
Accidentally pressed the wrong button. Do y'all see this mound of what is this?
This is about 20 feet from where she had that smell. 20, 30 feet. That doesn't look like an
What is this?
ant mound.
Okay, y'all.
Usually you'd see a bunch of ants running around it. That looks like fresh dirt.
Okay, y'all. We was back here by the football, like beside the football field of beach.
And again, this is, sorry to interrupt, but this is where it's just like my mind is blown because again, this was just sent to me like half an hour before I went live, and she is about right here. I'd have to kind of scan the video a little bit more to really narrow it down, but she's somewhere about here, and oh my God, again, cars driving here, vehicle, something lighting up this memorial for 6 minutes. And if it was like right here again, we'll find out more within a week or so. And if the theory is correct, then I'm just gonna say it, holy shit.
Okay, so yeah, Cece, they are right behind Sebastian's house. So definitely within the radius. It's probably like even a half a mile, if that. I'm horrible with math. I think even last night I said like I'm 5'6" and somebody was 6 foot, so they'd be 4 inches. It's 6 inches. I thought about that after the fact. And I'm not great with math, but I do know that it's right next to Sebastian's house. I mean, just right next to it. But don't forget though, too, guys, that
Between beach and the cemetery.
This I'll rewind it. This area, the 5-mile radius was searched in the first week and then they didn't search it again, right? They did the landfill search and then they did a search because the United Cajun Navy came in and searched and they didn't want to be shown up.
Here, y'all still hear the man cutting the grass.
Yeah, I've got to review her footage. She's got a lot.
This is weird, and I'm gonna call Brandon and let him know. I need to get a picture of this, y'all. It stunk a little bit down, like maybe 10, 15 feet back the other way where I just was.
That's weird. That is creepy.
How can I? Yeah, I don't know what to do. But I'm just trying to. Why is it right here though? Okay, TikTok.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pause y'all. If it ends, I'll just come right back. But I have to call him. Okay.
Yeah, I promise you, all this stuff is gonna be sent over, and yeah, we are gonna have some stuff going on very soon. I don't want to be too specific, just for the protection of those people, but yes, all this stuff's gonna be searched. Yeah, I'd have to agree. Yeah, I shouldn't be laughing, but yeah, sadly.
Oh man, y'all, it's been forwarded to voicemail. He must be on the phone. Okay, y'all, let me take a picture with my other phone.
That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, I agree. No coincidences. This is crazy.
Let me turn my location on so I know exactly where I was. Hold up, y'all. Okay, my location is on. Okay.
And again, she has a lot more footage. I'll have to probably.
And this is back here behind the cemetery.
See, now she's right.
Oh, it's very close.
She is right
to the
where.
house.
I
Real
think this is
close.
the lower. Okay, yeah. So this would be Ward Lane right here, right? And if the theory, so now she's kind of on the cemetery side, right? So, oop, let me look at the video here. Can't tell. She might be right here, maybe actually. But again, she is. Again, the theory is that somebody had their vehicle here, shining light on that, had their vehicle probably running or whatever, while they went and disposed. And maybe it wasn't body, maybe it was just evidence, and then they moved it, or maybe it's still there. Try to keep happy thoughts. I know there's the smell, which isn't a good sign. Uh, but that's way too many coincidences, right? Way too many. Especially if the theory of this light thing, which it will not surprise me if that is what the light is, and that's scary. That is super scary.
The house is right over there.
Yeah, yeah, for
I'm finna
sure.
walk back to my car so my
It could
phone
be
don't die
anything.
TikTok on y'all.
Yeah, I mean,
I could drive back this way.
yeah. Silvers knows. For anybody that, yeah, trust me.
And
Yeah, me
then
and Silvers
dumping
are
this kind of stuff, or
speaking.
like, what's up with all the dirt piles everywhere? I mean, it's literally dirt everywhere through here. Here go another Happy Valentine's Day balloon, that same balloon that I seen
Now
down through
remember,
there.
this would have been in April, so a month. I mean, depending on if, okay, let's just, in theory, and I hate to think about this, but if a body was like put there temporarily, and if it was in the soil for enough time, I'm assuming, as the body's decomposing, that would start to seep into the soil, even if the body was moved again. Again, I hope to God that isn't what it is, and it's just a dead animal, a skunk, whatever. It's tons of squirrels, rabbits, you name it, out there, deer. So, it's definitely just as likely as just a dead wild animal that she's smelling, but just playing both sides right. Yeah, I would think after a month, if it was in there for a day or two. Again, I'm not an expert in this. I'm just kind of thinking, as the decomposing body, you know, um, you know, it would seep into the soil, right? Even if the body's moved, that those smells would be in the soil. So now she's on that cemetery side.
I took a picture of that location.
And see where she. Let's see, I'm trying to get my bearings here. So a vehicle
I'm gonna
would
show
be.
y'all what.
Oh man, now. Dang, I kind of want to watch the rest of that real quick. You guys want to watch the rest of that? Because oh my god, I just realized, because she's walking on the other side, and again, I think the car was like somewhere right here because the memorial thing's right there, and oh my god, that thing is probably just right up there. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna end this poll. We got about 700 votes. How many people do you think involved in Sebastian's disappearance? We've got a whopping 65% think 3 to 4 suspects involving KP, CP, and some others. I think that's, yeah, I'm kind of in.
Guys, my guess is 5, so I don't know how many you guys think are involved, but I've always said logistically, for this to have worked the way that it did, that there would have to at least be 4 to 5 people that were involved in taking Sebastian out of the house that night.
That in that range as well.
And also, Meep just reminded me, I saw right here that Meep had said something. Would the smell still be there? Yes, I believe that the smell would have been there. This lady was here on April. This was a TikTok talk from April. So yes, the smell would have been there if Sebastian would have had been there, or heaven forbid, yeah, if they moved him.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody wants. Yeah. I'm kind of curious myself. Really curious. So yeah, this is it. This is Mom Boss Mayo. I'll try to get her link in there. Oh, this might be where I finished off. Get my bearings. Oh, okay. Okay, this is it, I think. Right?
That balloon is right there. Trying to get back to my car quickly so the phone don't down, y'all. Yeah,
Okay, here we go.
I thought I smelled something when I came right here.
And so that's where the word
I mean,
lane
I
is
know they
right there.
building stuff, but what's up with all this dirt? Right. What's up with all the random dirt? Then over here, this pile is by itself. Okay, see, these piles look kind of together. That one right there look kind of newer than this one. And then this pile right here by itself. What is this? It's like, why are y'all dumping separate piles of dirt everywhere?
Yeah, it is kind of weird.
Like, what is really going on?
That is weird.
Man, y'all wish I had a shovel. I mean, look at these holes. Do that look like shovel marks compared to that dirt over there?
Oh, that's interesting.
Like this dirt over here, and then that dirt over there looks like
Dumped with the machine. Backhoe.
oh, I wish I had a stick or something. But this is super, super soft. Super soft. And this is back here behind the cemetery.
Okay, so this is about
I was
right where
very
I.
close to the house. The house is right over there.
Yeah, to the left, right beyond that.
I'm finna walk back to my car so my phone don't die TikTok on y'all.
Okay.
I could drive back this way.
So this is the road where I think.
And then, okay, here go a random one right here. Like,
Me. Okay, so she is. Sorry, guys. I just want to get a bearing of where we're at here. Because she's about to go where. So she's now right here, kind of walking. And remember that one little dirt pile is about like right here. And so she's about right here.
off in the trees. Like, do they charge them for like dumping this kind of stuff? Or like, what's up with all the dirt piles everywhere? I mean, it's literally dirt everywhere through here. Here go another Happy Valentine's Day balloon, that same balloon that I seen down through there.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it was it was basically a YouTube podcast channel that solved their case. Yeah, that'd be so cool if we could help resolve this case.
I took a picture of that location. I'm gonna show y'all where the house is from where I am. It's literally the next street.
So she's getting close to that pile that was the original one. That would be on the left here somewhere. I think it's up a little bit further.
That balloon is right there.
And there's the road on
Trying to
the
get back to my
eastern
car
side.
quickly so the phone don't down, y'all.
See, if you had a car
Yeah,
right here.
Okay, again.
Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, if you had a car right here in that memorial right there, man, that is wild.
See right here?
There it is.
Okay, I'm on the other side of the fence.
Man, right where that car would be, if that's where I think it is.
And there's no fence. You can walk right here and get to these dirt piles. You can get to these two dirt piles that's right.
And if you were kind of looking around before you did this, you would maybe see that, oh, there's kind of these random dirt piles. That's just kind of theory crafting, right? But if, just say if the worst scenario happened, and they noticed that there was these dirt piles already out there, then, and it would just kind of look natural, even if they temporarily buried him or something, or just evidence, right?
Right here, and y'all see the school was right there. But that other dirt pile, you have to be on the other side of the fence to get to it. And maybe I can see what's under this board from this side.
Oh yeah, I thought I heard her say something about that. Again, it's a pretty long video.
Ugh. Still can't tell. Yeah, this area is very sus.
That would make sense, Joe.
I can't tell what's under that
That's
board.
interesting. That could make sense.
I didn't smell anything like
But
that.
I don't know why you'd put that pile that.
Let me see if I smell the smell on this side of
the pile that's in like the tree line. That wouldn't make sense though, right? It's almost on the other side. It's like on the school side. So I think you're right, Joe. That could be like excess, right? In a way, but why would you have it on like those other piles? Definitely, for sure. I think that's a great comment. And it would explain a lot of them, but the one that's on the other side, that's odd. Yes, for sure. Thank you, Kiki. Yeah, I've got so much going on, but I will this probably have to kind of play this maybe tonight as I'm going to bed, just kind of because this. I don't know if this is. Let's see. Oh, okay. So her trip isn't 6 hours. It's just about a 40-minute video of her.
fence coming back.
Yeah, I'll have to watch the whole 40 minutes. Right, Miriam.
See, it's a pond right here. Mm.
Man.
Okay, y'all, here go that other dirt mound, the first one we found. And see, like what I mean.
See, that
I
would
can
make
walk
sense.
right here, but once I get right here.
What Joe said, again, with the other ones that are just kind of out there in the open in the cemetery, that totally makes sense. And probably that's what that is, excess dirt from burials. But these ones, this is weird.
The fence is there. So you can't cross over right there without jumping the fence.
Wait, there's a fence? Is that what she said? Sorry. Shoot.
Now all I smell is fresh cut grass. He done messed up my nose.
Ah, dang it.
Trying to get back to my car quickly so the phone don't down, y'all.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find that.
See, it's a pond right here. Mm.
Okay, yeah, here it
Okay, y'all, here go that other dirt mound, the first one we found.
is.
And see, like what I mean, see, I can walk right here, but once I get right here, the fence is there.
Okay, so there's a fence even. It's hard to see. It's probably like a barbed wire fence. That's what I've heard. There's a lot of like just barbed wire fences. It's like an old cat. Yeah, Chrissy. Right. Yeah. Yep. Oh, you guys are. You always gotta get. Yeah, that's why you can't really see it. Right. Yeah. Totally.
So you can't cross over right there without jumping the fence. So that means they could have been on that side.
That's
Now all
weird.
I
So the
smell is
piles
fresh
on
cut grass. He done messed up my nose.
So the piles on the other side of the fence. That is wild.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So just to let you guys know, yeah, this is gonna be put together. A lot of this has already been kind of put together, but I promise you, law enforcement and the proper authorities will know all of this stuff here. I'm sure there's some stuff they've already heard, but I don't know what they've seen.
I
As
don't
far as
want the
what I've caught
song
on the
down, y'all.
surveillance.
TikTok. I'm trying to make it back to my car, but I did cross our way over to this cemetery. But
if you guys can, if you haven't already, please hit that like button so we can get his case out there. His birthday is coming up. Sebastian's 17th birthday is coming up. Also, if you want to, I'll put her channel. If you want to go check that out, the link is there. Also, huge shout out to Hindsight and BMW and their crew. Again, if you don't know, this Sunday is Sebastian's 17th birthday. It's amazing. Voices of Truth, who the parties are in the chat. They were able to get a sponsorship and bring awareness by teaming up with Culver's ice cream. And that Sebastian's one of his favorite things was the malt. So if you go on Sunday, which is his birthday, sorry, at the Clarksville one, which is located here, it's going to let me. It's going to be a pain in the butt. Located here at 140 Southampton Plaza, maybe, or Place, PL. But here it is, located here. And they're giving out a free malt on Sunday at this location here. And then, of course, bringing awareness for Sebastian. They also were able to, because they're a franchise, the Culver's place. So franchise means it's independently owned. The one in Hendersonville is also doing something similar, but they're only giving $1 off. But still, that's at least that's another place you can go. And Voices of Truth, you guys are still in here if you want to give me anything else, any other details. But there'll be a table set up for him and all that on Sunday. So that's amazing. I think they're going live tomorrow. And so maybe I'll go live before that. That way I can get everybody in here and then send you guys over to them, and they'll have their bit, live and all of that good stuff. So yeah.
And I just wanted to pop in and say to you guys that BMW Coupe put both of the flyers up side by side today, so I was really grateful. And I think I need to share them, come to think about it. Today was crazy. I had a lot of phone calls and was doing a lot of stuff, but yeah, so they're doing, again, just to reiterate, $1 at Hendersonville, and then you could get a free malt um at the one in Clarksville. So Hendersonville's taking $1 off of the malts.
But yeah, amazing what they did, and hopefully on the anniversary as well, we can do something something similar like this on his 2-year anniversary of him missing. But again, Sunday, Culver's in Clarksville and Henderson, but Clarksville is the one where they'll have um, a, a setup there. Yeah, just to let you guys know, we will be sending it to all agencies, right? It won't be just one. So, but yeah, very interesting stuff. And of course, we'll, the big question is, about this light, right? Because if we can confirm that that is the memorial plaque, whatever you want to call it, structure, then that means there's definitely some vehicle, some light source that is shining on that for at least 6 minutes the night before and the night that he went missing.
Wow, so both 6 minutes. Does anybody know if this lady, Mama, sorry, I can't keep up with all the new names that bounce around my head on the daily. Our new friend, let's see, Mom Boss Mayo. Did she get harassed or, anything? Do you guys know this lady, Mom Boss Mayo? Because I know that, with the picture that I did the enhancements on, let me see, is why I was stalked and harassed and had so many issues with Chris sending people over and fish sticks, the whole nine. So, oh, sorry, not that one. Give me 1 second. Oh, I know where I have it. It's on my background. Okay. Just bear with me. It's on my vision board, so to speak. But yeah, so this picture in the background that you see here, what happened to Sebastian February 26th at 3 a.m. This one got me stalked, harassed, doxed, followed, the whole 9 yards. I mean, I have 2 lifetime restraining orders because of this photo. And the one that I did is far worse than the one that somebody else did. Shout out to Limelight Girl. So yeah. That would be a good indicator, I think, in my opinion, if in fact something was going on there. And that's just my opinion. Oh, let me move my head out of the way here. Hold on. There we go.
And I lean more towards, if that is true, it's probably a vehicle where we just can't see it because it's on the lower end of it. And what are you doing out there for 6 minutes on the night before he goes missing, and 6 minutes the night after, or the night of that he goes missing? I don't think that's a coincidence. And then you got vehicles moving around both nights. And then Katie goes that same direction that morning, almost like she was going to go maybe move something or dispose of something, and then decided, no, maybe not. Who knows? But I don't think it's coincidence that literally Katie goes to that same area.
Little Red, there is no way, shape, or form that could have ever came from Idaho 4. If you look at the photos that they're alleging that are from the Idaho 4, there's no way that anybody could ever manipulate them to look like that, ever.
Where we see all this.
So the guys that were standing over there with all the college girls that were drunk after a college party looked like CP? I think not.
Movement, right? Yes, there you go. Thank you, Sassy. Yeah, the most important thing is they have his flyer, which they'll distribute. Yes, thank you so much. That's awesome. Man, 11th, that's crazy. That is crazy. Where's this camera view from? It is from his neighborhood. So that's his home. And the camera is back here. There's two of them looking towards the construction in this way. There's one that's kind of looking this way, and there's one kind of looking, they each kind of overlap each other, but the one that we see gets a lot of this over here. So, and we're still going through more, and still hoping there might be some footage that hasn't been released yet that we're trying to get a hold of, and keep your fingers crossed. One day, if we get a hold of it, I think, I think it'd be huge. But this is wild what we have here, and we have amazing people behind the scenes going to do some stuff very, very soon. So huge shout out to them. They know who they are.
Okay, wow, guys, that was really interesting. I didn't even realize that we were sitting here for 2 hours. I really didn't, until I looked over and I saw that Chris was wrapping his show up, and I'm like, oh, holy cow. So yeah, let me show you guys that really quick. Because it did cause quite the stir, and for a picture that doesn't mean anything at all, it's kind of like the lies that they made up about me. I just went straight to the courts, got a restraining order because they want real life on me, but I didn't care what they were saying about me. I actually laughed about a good portion of it because I think they're, like Seth was saying, cowards, and they weren't going to do jack, and then I was going to sue SF because he was telling people all over the internet that I had warrants that were active out in my name, and that is defamation when it's not true. And I didn't do it because I really just had my safety as the top priority, right? Because I don't want his stinky money. He could take that money and shove it where the sun doesn't shine. So that's how I feel about that mess. But I did extensive lives on this subject, and please go back and watch my old videos if you get a chance. I've talked about a lot of theories that people are even revisiting, that I see them revisiting on the daily, like the shoes. The first thing that I noticed in the Texas Roadhouse footage was that Sebastian and his mother were wearing shoes that looked almost identical. Now, whether they are identical or not, is questionable, because when you take a closer look, there looks like they could just be a little bit off from each other. But still, who wears the same shoes as their 15-year-old son? And you know what? I'm sure there's going to be people in here that are going to raise their hand. I do. I match my son. Okay, well, good. It's odd in this circumstance. I'm talking about the context of Sebastian's case. It's very weird, to say the least. It's a short video. Let me find it. But you could see his shoes in this one. Hold on. No, there's one video where you could really see their shoes really well. I think it's outside, once they get outside. But here's a good picture of Sebastian's shoes. If you zoom in, like, pinch and zoom, you're going to see like a New Balance symbol right about here. Not here or here so much, but right here. No, I'm just kidding. So nevertheless, when they're outside, you could really tell. And then, like, a couple of weeks ago, I was in someone's live and they were talking about it, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I noticed that, like, right off the bat." And oh, here it is. And here we go. Now this is right when I'll be darned. Look at me. All right, I can't believe I picked that one out of a crap ton of videos. Let's see. When did I do this? So this was December 7th. Oh my god. Ugh. I just got chills. That's Sebastian's birthday, by the way, for those of you who do not know that. Wow, okay.
It looks to me that Katie is wearing the exact same shoes as her son Sebastian. Is that how Katie was able to trick the dogs and create a fake scent? Is that why we haven't found Sebastian Rogers? Did Katie switch shoes with her son Sebastian? Did Steve Fisher, SF Investigates, just break the case?
And that was me being very sarcastic, and I got a lot of shit in the comments from it, but I don't care, because he gives us this photo, and this is where we can tell really, quite clearly that they're wearing the same shoes.
Am I seeing this correctly? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Is that a handicapped placard on Katie's rear view mirror? Doesn't Kathy Bowersox also ride with a handicapped placard on her mirror?
And then also, guys, you cannot zoom in enough to see whose handicap placard that is, by the way. Sorry, I just realized that too.
I'm sorry, guys, but I have to say this. I am way more worried about what Katie is doing, the car she's driving, and her shoes than I am about the guy in the green hoodie. Today is Sebastian
We used to think he was a guy.
Rogers' 16th birthday. Join us live later for a discussion.
Okay, and there's our Sebastian. Right? So then let me go ahead and pull this video up. This might take me a couple minutes longer to find. And I'm sure it's still on my community post even, that I can show you the picture, but I want to show you guys the process, because the process is important to how I got to this picture that is in the background right here saying what happened to Sebastian, right? And then Sebastian is on top of the picture with his refuse to quit shirt. So just bear with me. It was before Katie went out and did her thing. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking through. Okay, Big Mad over the photo. That's the one where oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. I found it. Hello, everyone. All right. Whoopsie.
Bought snacks because, you know, he's 15 and snacks. We went to the bowling alley. And then from there, we went to dinner. Came home. He took out the trash because that's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway. He took out the trash because that's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway. 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning. And that's when he went in here.
What was going through your mind at that point? Like, what were the feelings that you were feeling?
To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Choice words were used. Like, you know, where the F is he? You know. I had called my
Choice words like where the F is he? So Cece, he was using his PI license to tell everybody that he knew, because he's a private eye, that I had all these warrants on me for all of these violent crimes. Even telling people that I was like, I went into one chat and people were asking me if I stabbed someone. And I'm like, if you really thought that, you probably wouldn't be asking me that. You know, I mean, they're ridiculous. But yeah, it's all because of this here that I modified this picture, and you'll see exactly the process that I used.
I looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, you know, walls and watch, you know, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But after I looked, and I mean, mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat. But I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband, and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood, and I drove over by the school, and he's already like, at this point I was like hysterical, and I was crying, I was screaming. And he was like, he three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them like, our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house, they're on their way. And I drove back to the house, and 20 days later we haven't found him.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful that is. And
speculating causes problems. Assumptions cause issues. And based on facts of what everybody knows, right now, there's nothing, and everything is still on the table to being looked at.
Look how guilty he looks. He looks so guilty. I could type in the word guilty into the GIFs, and I can find a GIF that looks just like his face right now. Just like it. He's guilty, guilty, guilty. In my opinion.
You just know he's out there somewhere.
One other question I have is, recently Channel 5 in Nashville, they had security footage that showed 2 flashlights the night he disappeared. Is there anything that you think about this video? Or
Sure. So there's a lot of speculations about that video that are floating on the internet. Okay. And that is exactly what it is. It's speculations. Now, what I can give you an official statement on is TBI Newslink has released a statement from law enforcement, between local law enforcement, state law enforcement, some federal law enforcement, and they have analyzed that video so many times over that everything that everybody is trying to assume is a flashlight, I hate to say this, it's not. As much as we would love it to be one, it's not. I'm not going to go into details as far as where that video is shot from, but I can tell you, as the parents, we have seen the video firsthand from law enforcement. We know exactly where it was taken from.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris. If it's nothing and it's nothing to worry about, then why can't you tell us where it came from? What a little biatch.
And nothing
In
that
my
is being
opinion.
assumed right now is actually true about that video, unfortunately. And anything about any other videos or anything like that, please refer to the TBI news link that they have out there, the updated Amber Alert stuff, and it will give you.
Yeah, please go call my friends over at the TBI and you give them all the information so then that way nothing will ever be done about it. And this case will go down to be studied and all the other bull crap he was saying. Exactly, Kiki. He can't give us an official statement. Well, even if you wanted to give us an official statement, Chris, you couldn't because you're not official. You're officially an asshole, is what you're officially.
The most up-to-date information that all law enforcement has, and they will give you current as far as what's what and how they're looking at things.
And if there's any new video, forward it to them.
Please.
Yeah. Security footage is really...
Says the same person, Katie, says the same person that had her phony baloney PI, turn in the footage of the cat. You guys remember that? The footage of the cat that they were trying to pass off to the news, and then the Sumner County Sheriff's Office come out and say, oh no, we've already had that footage since the second day. So they've had all of this footage. They've had all of it. So, and I know that we're revisiting all of these topics, that we're, like I said, I heard someone the other day talking about the shoes. I heard, now we're revisiting the graveyard, but that was talked about extensively too. Not by me particularly, but other people, and Terry Lynn being one of them. So, and she's local. So the locals were talking about the cemetery forever, and now all of a sudden at the 2-year mark, they're coming out with all this footage. I mean, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but it's ridiculous. It's not a game. Seth needs his son back.
Like a game changer.
This image was sent to me, and I decided to do some further enhancements on it. So here's one shot where you can see Mr. Foote carrying something, but upon closer review and more enhancement of the photo, this is what I see now to be Katie, Chris, and Sebastian. They're carrying Sebastian. It looks to me as if Chris is carrying Sebastian in either a blanket or a bag. I see a blanket just because of the way the black shape is formed, and it looks like he's carrying him like a baby, and Katie is standing behind him or walking with him. The reason I think this is because when I was enhancing the photos, I could see the differences in the appearance of what looks to me to be a human face. And it looked to me like it was actually a human arm that was draped over the person who was carrying the black blanket, or the perceived person in the black blanket. But here's an example of what I saw. Here you can see the differences and enhancements, and as I enhanced each photo, you can tell that the person's skin stays the same color and the black blanket also stays the same color. So I know that those two images are associated with each other. So as you can see, each time I enhance the photo, you can see that the core images stayed the same. And then there's this little nugget. Let's watch.
Drove around the neighborhood, I drove over by the school, and he's already, like, at this point, I was, like, hysterical, and I was at the school, and he's already...
Seeing Katie do the cutthroat gesture, I decided to Google it. I Googled it, y'all. The cutthroat gesture is performed by drawing the hand or a finger, usually the thumb or two, across the throat. It represents slitting the throat with a knife and means that the gesture or someone else is metaphorically being unalived.
Okay, guys, so that's, pretty much the gist of the video, but I wanted to show you guys, the process that I used to get here, right? And then I also have seen pictures from that night in question that show someone being draped over the shoulder, right? So I think it is hindsight that has it on her channel where you could actually see where he was draped over at one point, right? Because if you're carrying somebody and they get heavy, you might reposition them, so I'm not discounting that at all. I'm just saying, and he does. Detroit well said. He looks like the cat that ate the canary, you know? It's crazy. As SI officer says, in my opinion, walking with him. The locals are sick of the gaslighting and lies, so they are sending the footage to mob, in my opinion. I can see that. Yeah. I mean, I'm grateful that they're doing it. I just want to remind everybody that it's not a game. And I'm not saying that anybody like mob or anybody's taking it like that, but it really chaps my ass if you guys haven't noticed that, they're sending this stuff to YouTubers because the cops are not doing jack all about it. I mean, what is this? And we've had all of this information for a year about this photo, about, all the other goings on, right, near the cemetery, all of that stuff. I mean, if we think the police do not know about any of this and we're the only ones that know about it, we're sadly mistaken. And, the way I was treated in the neighborhood was get the hell out of our neighborhood. I don't want you filming over here. I don't want you finding Sebastian. Point blank, period. It wasn't, and I was being extremely nice to those people. Right? I was like, "Okay, I won't film anymore. No big deal. No, I want you to erase it." Well, guess what, ma'am? That didn't happen. A tool in a black blanket and a body and a dog, in my opinion, allegedly. Well, and see, that's the thing. It's so difficult because so many people see different things, right, SI officer? But that's the thing that I thought was interesting about the photo was that, I was collaborating with other people on this photo as well, like looking at it, what do you see here? When I would change the coloration on the photo, I would send it back and forth. We were sending this back and forth. And, there's certain aspects of the photo that just don't change. Even though the coloration is changing, the photo itself wasn't changing in terms of what we were seeing. So I thought that that was super important. And then so many people were sending me their colorations and, because they had a better program than I did, or they were more seasoned at working with photos like this than I am, right? Because this is the first time that I've ever tried to do anything like this, right? And then I put it up purely speculative, asking what people thought of it, and they lost their ever loving minds. Lost their ever loving minds, SI officer. And I was like, well, this has to be something, because why would you care so much about something that wasn't anything? Or if it's nothing, why are you so worked up, right? Why are you so bothered? And Clue McNasty had the worst of the worst with her husband, of course, or fiance, whatever, bearded creep, to say about me, right? And I said, bite my ass, Krispy Kreme. Right? Bite my ass, Krispy Kreme. Because that's what I think of her. I know. And that's the thing, Kiki. It's the cutthroat gesture that she was doing. And, that was courtesy. Who did that video? Who's short? Oh, it was the CNY family. Yeah, the CNY family before they kind of jumped on the, hate channel bandwagon, but before that, they were looking hard at Katie because it's undeniable for anybody with common sense to see that Katie was making that gesture and then she was doing the dial three-way I three-wayed. Yeah, she's trying to recall. But in my opinion, she's not recalling the event that actually happened. She's recalling what she's telling us that happened. I don't believe anything that the Proudfoots have said, especially in the first interviews, right? I mean, I just don't believe it. Yeah, they were talking Seth up and stuff like that, and somebody might say, well, oh, I guess you just don't believe that Seth was teaching Sebastian life skills. No, I believe that part, and I think that that if Sebastian had some extracurricular activities, that Seth would be in the front row. But we have to remember that they were telling us that because they wanted us to think, and they wanted Seth to think that they were all working together and that they're all on the same page, right? Well, why wouldn't they? Seth is the only one with a rock solid alibi, a corrections officer in jail with him being on camera all night long. He showed us his time cards. Coffee Crime and Cat says her comment was so off before she corrected herself. Her brain is trying not to lie. Exactly. Exactly. And she's also having to think way too hard about a story that she's told 5 billion times at this point. By the time Olivia got there, she's already told the story many, many times, right? To law enforcement, to probably the neighbors. I know she was telling the neighbors different stuff too. You know, she told Seth, the story. She told probably, whoever would listen to her version of the story, and everybody knew that they were lying, and everybody in the town knew they were lying, but they were afraid to go against the Proudfoots. And it's been like this since the beginning. It's been like this. Oh, don't go against the Proud Feet. They might come after me. Well, I'm here to tell you they're not as powerful as they think they are. I believe that video when I saw it, and that's before I even knew you existed, Lady Freedom. Thank you, Cece. I appreciate that because I was called a fraud and all this stuff. Ridiculous. You can't miss that mullet. You cannot miss that mullet, Little Red. That's right. That's right. And I mean, anybody that was, you know, doing their own version of this photo, taking the raw one that I started out with, right, which would have been, well, there was a couple that were sent to me, but this is the
This is
okay, so this is the image that Justin had on his. Right? And this is, you could tell because it's Justin's background and all of this, but this is someone else's phone that took it and then they sent it to me just as it is. And then they sent me some that were already, that the coloration was already worked with. So this was the best photo that I could take in its most raw form, which I think somebody has even changed some of the coloration here. You can kind of tell once you know what you're looking for. And modified it, right? But then I took the one that was the least modified, and of course, I just went ahead and played with it with the tool that I have on um my software that I use, right? So you could just tell that, the skin color stays the same, the white stays the same, the black stays the same, right? So very interesting, but that's how it evolved. And then I was also going back and forth with other people looking at this. And it was funny because people wanted credit for the photo, but that as soon as they knew that the heat was on and that they were so pissed, Chris and Katie were so pissed off, and SF was, had his little panties in a twist. Oh yeah, then nobody wanted to claim the photo. Nobody wanted to say they worked with it or nothing like that. Oh my gosh, sorry. It's a little bit of a bitter subject, but at the end of the day, I just want them to find Sebastian. I want them to cut the shit and I want them to find Sebastian. Everyone is coming together, in my opinion. They're tired of the crickets, the silence, the gains, the corruption, and the BS just exposing it after all of this time. Yeah, I feel like we've exposed it over and over, SI officer. And I know, you're right, though. Maybe the town feels sick. I would. If I had some damaging footage to a missing child's case, especially a vulnerable child, I would never be able to look myself in the mirror, much less sleep at night, much less eat. I'd be sick at my stomach. I don't know how people just merrily go on their way. I don't. I don't see how the Duck Dynasty can sit there with their high dollar whiskey ready to drink in their expensive crystal glasses when there's a missing child out there. You don't get the drink, you don't get the cigar until you find the kid. It's disgusting. It is absolutely repulsive. Oh, here, but we'll give you the YouTubers the footage now so you can work with it, but the law enforcement's had it since day 2. Unbelievable. And I'm sorry, to me, it's the most grotesque thing ever. And then you see these smiling buffoons, again, buffoons. Hold on. Let me show you guys this, right? Let me show you. Because to me, it's really, really gross that we have Sebastian's. Let's see. All the guys that are supposed to be taking care of Sebastian. I think I just put it in this most recent one. Let me just make sure. Here we go. You got everybody saying, "Oh, Chris Prodfoot just wore one photo, or excuse me, wore one t-shirt of Pigfest, right? And then everybody got onto him and everybody was upset about it. And everybody decided that they were going to go over to the Pigfest. But then lo and behold, we have August 17th that Chris was the one that posted it on his Facebook page, right? And so it's like, well, let's go spread awareness. We know these people are guilty. Everybody knows they're guilty, in our opinion. Yeah, talk about clearing a room. I thought I farted, Little Red. Talk about clearing a room, right? But all I did was work on a picture and put it up and say, here you go. What do you think of it? This is what I see. What do you see? Just like anybody else would on the platform, right? And it's all right. It all worked out in the end, but Sebastian's still missing. The video of the images, the tips everything is discredited and people are receiving homes. They're cheap, in my opinion, of course. Oh, dirty deeds done dirt cheap, right? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Hey, Kylie's Nail Candy. Good to see ya. But yeah, here's good old Chris. Can't wait to get him some barbecue in August. Whoa, we can't wait for that pig fest. What a jackass. Oh, and here's the Duck Dynasty. Here's the guys that are supposed to be searching for Sebastian. Look, this one right here should be searching for Sebastian. Oh, what happened to you, Mayor Isbell? I saw you over there at the pig fest. Yeah, oink, oink. Oh, and this guy was there, and this one was there. Yeah, they were all having a good old boys' time at the pig fest. Oink, oink. It's ridiculous. Having a great time supporting Ducks Unlimited with some great friends with a bunch of whiskey. So you're too busy getting drunk that you can't find a missing kid? Unfriggin' believable. It's disgusting. No, they weren't doxing and going real life on people, Little Red. They were doxing and going real life on me. Like I said, I could have probably farted in the room, didn't clear out as fast as when everybody found out that, the hate channels were after me about the photo. Sorry, but nobody else gets to claim that but me. Because I went through it by myself, except for when Betty came to court with me, which was the very best. And I was very grateful. But either way, it's not about me. I'm just saying that that photo is not nothing. Because if that photo was nothing, then it wouldn't have caused such a big something. And you got the mayor, you got the sheriff, you got the Ken Widener, supposed to be emergency management director. And they're too busy getting drunk and filling up on food. Look at all of them, fat pigs, all in a row. And Sebastian's still missing. And I could just scream. Linda says, I don't see why people don't see the things and think about it. Why do these two not want everything searched, and why the sabotage, or why they sabotage? I don't know, Linda. What's really sad is that it's absolutely, like I said, it's grotesque. It's grotesque. Oh yeah, Crazy Bird. She's over there bashing Brittany and Seth and the whole nine. You don't make money on YouTube unless you bash certain people. That's when people will come and subscribe to your channel and give you 50 super chat memberships in a once fell swoop. Howdy, Gabby Miss. Sorry you're coming in when I'm yelling. I'm pissed though, Kiki. The script. It's ridiculous. And then another channel I heard was echoing my sentiment again. It's that new channel that doesn't have any it doesn't have their real voice on it. It's like a computer voice that they use. I mean, I could do that too, but I just assume talk into the thing because I guess it's easier for me. But yeah, they're like, oh, Chris hasn't said the story, as if he was, wasn't there and he was hearing it over the phone. No, he uses statements like we would have woke up or we would have heard him. Right? That's a script. If he wasn't there, if Chris was actually not there, then he should be telling the story as if he's telling it that he's in a different location than Katie is. But since he's not doing that and we're to assume that he was not there that night, he's absolutely reading off of a script. And he's not a good liar. He's not really good at much besides running his freaking mouth and being a jerk and abusing Sebastian, in my opinion. So many people switch inside, turned in drama channels, and all it's been ridiculous. Just a circus like-minded people joining like-minded individuals. Keep your nasty company, in my opinion. I amen. Amen, SI officer. I do not have time for it. I won't even go into chats where I know that there's people that are that way. I really won't, because it's not worth it to me. I need to be pushing out my own content, not worrying about theirs. And when you have people doing that and acting crazy like that, and I mean, they're just trolls. They enjoy getting pleasure off of other people's misery. So why would they care about a missing kid? They don't. They're absolutely horrible human beings that would even do that. recalling her script but forgot. Yeah, Kylie, absolutely. You know? And then you got Duck Dynasty over here getting drunk off their asses. They can't see straight and they're not looking for Sebastian. Seth has come out and spoken the truth, and he has, Carla. And he's got the love for Sebastian. He doesn't know where he is. And it's sad. It's sad because it's a big game to these people. It's a game. Where is John Isbell? He was there. The mayor showed up to a missing child's case right off the bat. Why do you guys think that is? Could anybody answer me that? I would love to take a poll and see what you guys say. I'll put this picture up and maybe I'll just do a community post. If you want to tell me how you feel, you could do it here in the chat or maybe we'll do it over there. But either way, I want to know what you all think of this little short munchkin man, right? Who was there allegedly in Katie's kitchen, because that's unheard of. What would the mayor be doing there during a missing child's crisis? Right? Because that's what it is at first. It's a crisis, right? I don't know where my kid is. Oh my God, where did he go? Which way could he have gone? Oh my Lord, where is he? Right? He didn't take his shoes. He didn't take his phone. Oh my God, all of his money is here. Oh, where did he go? Right? That's a crisis. That's a panic. It wasn't like that for them. They were talking about how Chris was going to buy his mother some jewelry. It's crazy. And and who does that? Who does that? Oh, they've tried to gaslight people and it's actually worked is the saddest part. It really is. Coffee Crime and Cats is so sad. You know? Oh God. 5 posts for the dollar malt? That's a weird deal. Thank you, Kylie. Oh my gosh, it's just been terrible. My name's been dragged through the mud over that photo, and since we're on the subject, I'm like, let's show it. Let's just show it, get it out of the way. But it's still relevant today because they wouldn't have been so upset about it if it wasn't anything. Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, I'm to the point where it's just it's maddening. I think about what should I talk about with Sebastian's case that we haven't already gone over. And it sucks because even if we find out how Sebastian left the house, we still have to find out where he is. So I've been really trying to focus my efforts on where could he be, right? Not how he got out of the house necessarily, but where is he? Because I know we're going to find him. It's only a matter of time. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. It's only a matter of time. Oh, they're all frauds, Kylie, and they lie to their audience. Oh, I didn't know Chris Proudfoot could do the Sling Blade impression. I didn't know that was him doing that. And then at the end of the show, oh yeah, Chris came over and did Ace Ventura. He's so funny, or whatever his name is. The funny one, Jim Carrey. Oh, Chris sounds just like Jim Carrey. All right. Like, that's weird. I wouldn't want to be in the company of people who I thought could do horrible things to their son. No. No, thank you. I would have posted it on Facebook and had my huge family share to everyone. Right? Exactly. Well, and that's the thing that we have to do and spread awareness. Could you please share this for me? It's surprising how many people like really want to help. Yeah. SI officer, pixelated images, poor quality and compressed video has a tendency to morph or look melted, etc. at times. Yes. And it's difficult if you don't know what you're looking for either, or if you're ignorant to the process, it's very hard. And I'm not saying that people are, they can learn the process or they can understand it if they would take the time to listen and learn with it, but it's not as easy as it seems. And that's what Chris looks like as Lego. SI officer says they can look like black figures like Lego and look animated at times, questioning the validity of it, but it's just because of the poor quality. Thank you, SI officer. I appreciate your expertise. And that's the major issue that we're facing with this, right? Is because it's not the best quality. It was pitch black in the neighborhood. And then also, it's very difficult to share these images without losing the integrity of the original image. So, and you have to look at it as if it's a negative, as in not a negative situation, but a negative photo. A negative of a photo, excuse me. I heard someone said that KP and Clue McNasty went to the salon and got their hair done. They did. They did, Kiki, is from what I know. Is that what she's posting though? See, that's what I was gonna say earlier. Did she post that? Um, oh my goodness. I don't understand. I just don't understand. She's supposedly on the phone while he's talking to LE, so why would he have to tell her to go back home? Drives me nuts. Yes. Detroit, and we've talked about that so many times too. And I think that's what's really maddening about this situation is that we keep going back and revisiting things, but at the end of the day, if Duck Dynasty, yeah, that's all of you, Mr. Mayor, since you wanted everything to do with it in the beginning. That's you, Sheriff Craddock. That's the emergency management director. Put the whiskey down and figure the case out. And then you can celebrate all you want. Celebrate all you want. Like the guy that tried to take credit for saving the girls Charles saved. I mean, it's unbelievable the way that people act. It's gross. Did she have her phone automatically connected to her car? So wouldn't she have heard the conversation with LE and CP? Um, I would think so, Coffee Crumb and Cats. But they were saying, well, what Chris told that nerdy addict guy was apparently it was a radar detector, to notify you when the police are around, that had recording that recorded the inside of the vehicle. Oh my gosh, no, I did not see that, him riding the pig, but that fits. That fits for him. And I hope you're not talking about him riding Clue McNasty. SI officer says there's a big difference. Us and the corrupt, greedy, evil people. A big difference. Oh yeah. Oh, a big difference. And it's very apparent when we see them out just acting like it's okay to live their life when they've not done their job. I would never be able to keep a job if I didn't work hard or produce. You don't keep a job in the real world without that, but that's where the good old boys society is the safety net. So we need to take this group out, in my opinion. We need to disband the Duck Dynasty, right? Because the strength in numbers thing, it's just not working for Sebastian. Not working at all. And funny how Clue McNasty is always in the center of the drama. Oh, yeah. Well, she doesn't have any friends except for the Proud Feet. See, like before they came along, she didn't have any visitors, any friends, anybody, right? She was just another person on YouTube until, you know, Chris and Katie came along. So why would she want to lose her bestie that goes and gets, her nails done and her hair done or whatever they got done? You know? I mean, really. Clitoris Rex. Oh my goodness. I call him clitoris. I do call him clitoris. Yeah, because I mean, he is like he's just a mangina that sits there. He doesn't have a job, a man's job. He's just a little clitoris that sits next to his Clue McNasty and doesn't work. Do you all think Clue knows they are guilty? I just think she doesn't want to lose her friend, Kiki. I think she knows. Yeah, I'm sure she knows. I think she likes being evil, and I think she's proud of it. Um, I've seen them make themselves into like, you know, the likeness of the devil and put it in their thumbnail, right? Like I couldn't pay Nathan enough money on this planet to do something like that. Ever. I just couldn't. So to me, that's really messed up. Hey Faye, good morning. In my opinion, as sick as these people are, who knows what the hell people were eating from that festival? Oh my gosh. Yeah, no kidding. I did think about that SI officer, but then I saw the kids that were, serving it, were Sebastian's classmates. So, and I didn't die. And I did eat the steak. Um, but yeah, I mean, um, it's just unfortunate. If I was a kid in that area, I would be scared to death that somebody that my parents might unalive me and and forget about me, and then look who's the ones that are gonna go find me, the Duck Dynasty that can't get out of their drunk ass ways to find a kid. I mean, just look at them. I mean, you don't get bloated and big like that unless you're drinking a lot, right? You'd have to drink a lot to get that way, right? So maybe that's why they were all going to Chris and Katie's, because they had a shit ton of booze in the background whenever we saw them on the news clip. They had a full bar, and you know, maybe that's what it is, for them. They're like, hey, if you're my drinking buddy, you can get away with murder. Allegedly, in my opinion. Have faith, lady. Maybe in a week something will happen. I'm hoping so. I mean, how much more does the FBI have to friggin' know? Because I've played clips from the stuff that has been turned in by Canine Jules, right? What are they doing? Right? It's crazy. It's absolutely putrid. Thank you. That's a great word, Kylie. I've been trying to think of repulsive, I mean, it's and the saddest part is they don't care. They don't care. I'm here to tell you they do not care. Because if they did, then we wouldn't have to force awareness on them, right? It's just like with Devlin. Just like with Devlin Tait, we have shirts that are folded up in order so you can't see them at his bake sale. So you can't see the kid that's missing on the shirts, even though it was his bake sale for awareness for him being missing, right? But they folded all of the shirts up. I mean, look, what is this? That's how you do that? That's what happens there? I don't think so, because when you actually want to find someone who is missing, you fold the shirts in order for people to see the person's face, because maybe not everybody would recognize him. right? The only reason that somebody would fold the shirts inward like this is because they didn't want to see Devlin's face. So who folded the shirts and put the shirts on the table? I bet you I'm not going to get an answer for that one. And it's been said that the sheriff has been given help moving into his new $1 million home by that family allegedly just recently. Isn't that convenient? People that are in question. Really? I didn't hear that, SI officer. Who said that? Is that true? Oh my gosh. I know it's terrible. I call her Karen of YouTube. Who? Oh, Julie? Sorry. That's the one I was thinking of. The psycho. Okay, I think I know we're talking about Julie now. I would have a struggle to bring myself to cuddle with that at night. Oh gosh, yeah. Oh, he's disgusting. I was telling Carrie about him. That's in the chat because of Devlin. I said, yes, we call him Sheriff Snuggle Struggle because of the comment that he made. And she's like, wow. I mean, nobody thinks it's okay except for the people that live there. Honestly, in the Duck Dynasty, they think it's great. They applaud that behavior. Think about that. All of those 6, 7 grown men think that snuggle struggle is okay because grape is too strong of a word, that they prefer snuggle struggle. Hendersonville is a cute area. Tennessee itself is a beautiful area. Beautiful surroundings, especially in the fall when I went. But the underbelly, that is gross, evil, ugly, greedy, shady. And heaven forbid you say anything that resembles the truth, because they'll hate you and they'll also threaten your life and do everything they can to try to take you out because they know it's the truth. Allegedly a $5,000 donation. Oh my God. Reminds me of the mayor in the Jaws movie, Brenda. That's funny. He reminded me of the Lollipop Kids. Karma. Karma's a coming. We all the way home. Then goofy look when he looked up as if he was analyzing the day and nodding his head as if he was agreeing and remembering, yet he wasn't there. But we do know. Oh, exactly. Exactly. And, we've had the same goofy deer in the headlights look from a lot of them. Honestly. It makes you wonder what's really going on. They had been donating to Eagle Cove Preserves in Alaska, St. Jude's. It seems to me like they're keeping their end of the deal. Money, money, money donations, in my opinion. I agree with that, Kylie. I do. Even when they were supposed to be doing awareness and doing fundraising for missing children, as Chris suggested, they instead gave money to St. Jude. And I know Terry Lynn was one of the ones that had a whole live stream where she collected money for St. Jude. I think St. Jude does wonderful things. I have nothing against St. Jude. The problem is that we often will figure things out if we follow the money. Means, motive, opportunity. Means, motive, opportunity. Who has it? Who has the means? Who has the money? Who has a motive? Who has a reason? Who had the opportunity? Who was able to carry this out? It's not difficult. It's actually really simple, in my opinion. All the officers, including the TBI that handled Sebastian's case, bought $100,000 house. Isn't it obvious why they don't search allegedly? Wow. You know, Faye, and it is. It's very obvious. It's obvious to everyone. That's why they're so defensive and they don't like people to talk bad about where they live, because they know that it's not fair. It's absolutely wrong. And they don't like to be called out on it because they don't want to be exposed. Corruption at its finest, says Kylie. But who gets a group pic in the middle of the chaos? Wow. Yeah, I know, right? It's like selfie time. Woo, photo bomb. Missing child. We don't deserve this fine whiskey we're about to drink, but we're going to do it anyway. Right? We're going to do it anyway because we're entitled. That's called entitlement. That's called privilege, in my opinion. And I wish I could say that I've never seen anything like it in my life, but I used to live in an area that was just like that. Not as nice as Hendersonville. Springfield, Missouri there's a lot of math, not arithmetic, math. Okay? And I know that we probably won't have time to do it tonight, but we're going to go over but I made a video. And you guys will see why my theory on what happened to Rebecca was because every person around her was on math, right? Her baby daddy, $1 million bond, made bond, by the way. So 10% of $1 million would be 100,000. Yeah. So that's my theory. Math dealers, right? And then her mother wanted, you know, to get out as well because she has a 14-year-old to take care of. Oh, wow. And she needed to get home, right? And even her lawyer said, well, she could crowdfund or pull all the resources together. Bull crap. She was going to get one of her math dealers to foot the bill for her. Right? How do you think that Rich made it out? Richard? How do you think he made it out? You think he just had $100,000 just lying around somewhere? I don't think so. Hey, Michelle. He just cracked up with the Duck Dynasty thing. So true. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. No, CP is not in that picture, but his buddies are, CC. If it wasn't for this situation, he would be. In my opinion. He would have been right there. But instead, he has to stay in hiding, and they have to make special concessions for him. Just like I saw a post that they're looking for 911 operators in Sumner County Sheriff's Office, right, for the dispatch. Yeah, they're looking for new people. They had to turn the comments off because they know they'd get people who were disgusted by the situation. Hey, Justice Renewed. Yeah, so they turn the comments off, so they're making special concessions. They're going to have to do that for the rest of their lives. How long can they really make special concessions for Chris Proudfoot? Because we're not going to forget. None of us are going to forget, and there's way more of us than there are of them. Did you see how many people were in Seth's chat the one night? The last live that Seth did. There were thousands of people in there. How many people are in Duck Dynasty? I mean, just think of it that way. So they can spend the rest of their lives in Sumner County making special concessions for a complete dirt bag that probably had everything to do with, or if not guilty knowledge, in my opinion, of Sebastian's whereabouts and why he disappeared and just went poof. But at a certain point, they're going to either get tired of it or there's going to be a new round of, good old boys come into it who aren't going to have the same type of relationship, if you will. So really, it's only a matter of time. But it's really, really sad to sit there and watch a father suffer because these people want to do their own thing and be corrupt and collect and make money off of a dire situation like a child going missing. Horrible. They are little red. Sociopaths and psychopaths are great at parroting and parroting. I think you meant to say not parody, but parroting, like they're mocking, right? They're just repeating what you're saying back to you, mirror matching, right? Otherwise known as, and then masking. Oh, yeah. And then when the mask falls, that's when you see the true person. Krista, good to see you. CP might be popular wearing orange. CP imitating actors, all chummy with his cellies. Krista, exactly. I'd love to see that. I would love to see it. No, I can't see Green Hoodie. And I was laughing earlier because we thought she was a guy. But no, Little Red. I don't know what happened with that piece of footage, but in my opinion, it looked really, really blurry. Right over Green Hoodie's face, but everything else was fine. I do find that to be odd. But then again, we didn't get the raw footage ever from the Texas Roadhouse. We've never been able to see the Texas Roadhouse from the time that Katie pulled in and took 3 tries to park. And by the way, if you guys haven't gone and seen my handy dandy parking skills, please do. Took me 1 try in a smaller space than Katie had because she had the whole big handicap spot to get into. Oh, she didn't post about the salon. Oh, good, Kiki. Well, thank the Lord for that. I suppose somebody did, because how do they know that they went? Or did somebody like snap a picture like when they were out or something? Oh, Little Red, I'll go look at it. Kathy must have been or must have come to the house with a big sack of cash for all. Yeah, really. Yeah, exactly. I can see her doing that, Kylie. I really can see her doing that. Absolutely. But I also think that Chris owed her a little bit of money because what did he owe her the jewelry for? And how can you talk about vacationing when your grandson's missing? Oh, wait, because they never treated Sebastian like he was one of the grandchildren. I believe the cops and mayor and a whole group needs to take my polygraph. Exactly, Crazy Bird. Yeah, exactly. I would like to see them do that. Yeah, Clue was I think she was out. I don't know if she was on Seth's side, so to speak. I think that I don't look, birds of a feather flock together. I think she was there to try to see what information she could get. Then she turned around and bashed Seth. In my opinion, Carla, I mean, of course. But yeah, I don't know that she's a sneaky, scammy, shady person like Katie. That's why they get along. SA officer says they already know everything about the case, the whole situation, in my opinion. Boom, SA officer. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. They are choosing to turn the other cheek and a blind eye for their own benefit because everyone is holding something over one another, in my opinion. Yes. Yes. Otherwise, we would not see this footage that is coming out through mob, right? And I hope nobody takes it as me bashing Mob Crew. I'm not. I promise I'm not, and I promise I'm not bashing who's sending it to him. I'm grateful for it. But at this point, almost 2 years, and now you're feeling guilty? Now you wanna help? Now you wanna come forward? Now you wanna show this? Oh my god. What is this? What is this? A Twilight Zone? What is this mess? SI officer says so they're being manipulated through the whole situation out of fear for their families, for their benefit, and the corruption. These evil people are getting their own way, in my opinion. I think you're absolutely right on that, SI officer. I do. I think that they are absolutely being manipulated. I think they are absolutely scared and fearful. And we have proof of that. I've experienced it myself at the Pig Fest, right? I've seen church services that were more lively than that. Let's just put it that way. Wonder what made her swap over money, rugs, or both? That's a good question, Cece. Oh God, the pineapple thing, that was so disgusting. I don't want to think of anyone doing that, especially not any of them. You know what I'm saying? Like me and my girlfriends don't even talk about what goes on in their bedroom. I don't talk about what goes on in mine. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's disgusting. And then what? You want to talk about that with the whole entire world? I mean, go to OnlyFans or whatever. Like, isn't there places for people like that? Why is it here in a true crime kids case where you got the father of a missing, or excuse me, the stepfather of a missing child talking on a panel about adult toys with someone who was supposed to have been searching for Sebastian? Make that make sense. It's utterly disgusting. Again, what the hell is going on? And Sumner County Sheriff's Office needs to be asking, have they done everything possibly that they, or excuse me, everything reasonably, what was necessary and appropriate? I think that they should be asking themselves that too, Brenda, and I think that's a really good point. I just think they're a little bit too tipsy to be worrying about that, right? I guess they're just numbing their conscience with booze. Seems like it. Oh, happy birthday to your daughter, little Miss Sharon. Oh, yay. Did you guys have a nice time? That's fantastic. Aw, happy birthday. Happy birthday. He's probably taking the picture. Cinderella, that's a good one. Probably so. That way, he could still be a part of the Duck Dynasty. He just can't do it publicly. That was an awful lot of friggin' whiskey for there was an awful lot of whiskey for 6 or 7 people only. In my opinion, the three-way call, CP, CB, and Craddock, KP was waiting the okay to return at the house. Ooh, Faye, good point. Good point. And I don't think we'll ever know. I don't think we'll ever see the body worn video from that. I mean, we're talking about an area that gives people DUIs that aren't drinking and driving. We're talking about an area where police officers cover the logo on their vehicle and harass mothers with their children. And if you guys haven't clicked that link, the members for the Discord, you guys might want to go over there and just take a quick gander. Because I did post that over there. I don't know how much Snuggle Struggles makes yearly, Detroit, but I'll tell you what. I've never sold a house to a cop like the one that they're saying that Craddock's about to move into. I don't know if the surveillance owner even realized what was going on with lights in the cemetery. It took time for them to trust after SF got footage and exposed them. Oh, okay. That's true, Crazy Bird. Thanks. Yeah. Aw, I'm sorry, SI officer. A lot of it's me being mad. I don't know. I'm just upset about the fact that people are coming forward now. I mean, I'm mixed emotions, I should say. It's more frustration. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, what is happening that you couldn't have come out with that footage in April of last year, right? When you realized that that was the last press conference that was ever going to happen on April 2nd. When you realized what was going on in this missing child's case. You didn't feel obligated to come out then? That's really concerning. And it's really concerning that the police are doing nothing when they have all of this information and they've had all of it since the first week at the very least. Did you ever check out what basic training has to do to pass and become a private and watch what they can do? That does require, to that relates to some plausible theories that could be a few shows. Let me see, Krista. It shows what the point of CP's lies about were and about that morning at Worky Work. Yeah, well, I mean, I always thought that maybe they did use a pickle bag instead of a blanket. Um, because Betty had brought that up, and then also their specialized training that they have, they should be able to go out and look for Sebastian, right? Because they're both in the military. So why they can't go out there and look for their missing son, right? It's always my son, my son. No, it's Seth's son, first of all. But if that's your son, why wouldn't you go look for him? Why are you sitting on your fat pachookas? But that could be what the Foots have over the Popo, in my opinion. Oh, I got you, Brenda. Thank you. You're welcome, little Miss Sharon. I hope you guys had a blast. Aw, that's so special. That's because you are a decent person. I try, Cece, but good Lord, I could not. I really could not. I mean, there's things that keep me up about these cases. There's things that I wake up thinking about first thing, and I just couldn't imagine having and sitting on that footage ever, especially if it's bad. It's so, so bad, or whatever was said. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes some of that stuff has been, not accurate. We'll just say that. And I'm not trying to bash anybody. Anywhere from anywhere from 100K to 40K per year. So, or excuse me, 140K. I think I only said 40K. So with that, I can't remember. His wife is a nurse, I believe. I think she's more than an RN. I think that she's gotten a little bit more schooling than that. So I still don't see how they would be able to afford $1 million home payment on top of, what it would take to keep the property running, right? Yeah, I don't, that's still a low salary, in my opinion. What's the point of CP's lies about where and when he was that morning at work? Yeah. And I don't even know where he was because, we have all these conflicting things. Again, can anybody just be on the same page and say, yeah, Chris was at work? No, he wasn't. But no, we got all this him hawing around back and forth. Oh, he was there. No, he wasn't there. Then, blah, blah, blah. So that's really why, Krista, that I just decided, let's just say Chris wasn't there, right? Let's just say Katie's the last one with her son, because I mean, really, she was. Whether Chris came in the middle of the night, or whatever happened, she was still the last one with Sebastian. We didn't see Chris leaving the house that night. No one saw him leaving. No one saw her friend Lori. No one saw anybody except for Katie and Sebastian. That's it. And we're never going to know what happened on Saturday because that would require someone to tell the truth that has been lying this entire time. It's just, I know you know what I'm talking about, SI officer. It's terrible. And how could anyone do that to Sebastian? How could anybody do that to him, especially his own family? But they just don't seem to care. They just don't care. It's a sick, sick cover up, right? And then they numb themselves. Oh, don't get me started on the whys. Oh my gosh. I still know nothing about Katie's friend. Lori is her friend that's been a friend of hers for a long time. Also Navy. Also, I think her husband is as well. Um, they have an autistic son um, that hasn't disappeared. So that's a good thing. Thank God for that. But she was definitely hanging out with Katie that weekend. She definitely made it there faster than she could from her home in Illinois. And I went over to the Fairfield Inn over by the Texas Roadhouse. There's cameras everywhere. Everywhere. Any of the entrances, you'd be caught on camera or you'd be seen by the front desk agent or whoever was on duty then. And in the videos, Mobs has there's an undercover car drives through the neighborhood around 3. See, that's the one I saw, Carla. Yeah. 3 a.m. after he went missing. One had a spotlight. Yeah. And I'm talking about this car wasn't unmarked. This car was a marked car that they put a white um either a magnet or it was something that you could stick to and maybe peel off. But it was absolutely a Hendersonville PD cruiser. It was absolutely a Hendersonville police officer that I snapped on a phone call with momming it up because we were on FaceTime. Thank God. Again, thank God. Because a timestamp doesn't lie, metadata doesn't lie. And, we found you, Mr. Police Officer, who likes to drive around with something over the logo without your badge on, without your name tag, and come up and harass women. You sick fuck. You know who you are. SI officer says, it's just so disturbing that no one would speak up for a child of what happened, in my opinion. If you are one of them, you need to really analyze yourself and do what is right. Amen. But that would require a conscience. That would require someone who actually gives a damn. That would require someone who is not, um, pickled themselves with guilt, and expensive whiskey. They're capable and have the training to pull off these wild theories. That in itself makes it plausible, you think? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, there's no doubt about it. Katie was not the size that she is now, right? And look, I'm not trying to shame her, but I'm just saying that she was more fit at the time of Sebastian's disappearance that she could have carried him herself, by herself, right? And I don't even want to think about them not letting that child eat because they wanted to make it easier on themselves. Trust me, there's things that I think of not because I want to, not because I believe it to be true, it's because I have no choice with the information that I'm being given. And it's absolutely disgusting, disturbing, demented, and deranged. Inside intel as to opportunities, in my opinion, helped the night that night allegedly. Oh, definitely. Definitely. You know? Definitely. Little Red says, I'm going to disagree with you on the house. They already owned the land. Uh, oh. So who built the house? I didn't know it was a new build, Little Red. I haven't looked at Craddock and how much his house costs, y'all. You know what? That Duck Dynasty picture says it all for me. There's definite corruption. But yeah, who built the house? Was it, was it was it second generation construction by any chance? Oh, Jesus help us all. Lord have mercy. All right. It would also require a person giving up what they have benefited from doing so, in my opinion. Absolutely. Well, I've always thought about that too as a benefit of the doubt factor, I guess, as an officer. Who would put their livelihood on the line to do something for the likes of these creepazoids? I mean, look at those two. That's Terry Bauer socks and Cruella socks, right? And then if that's not bad enough, we got, you know, a Cruella wannabe, and Mr. Chris over here, Mr. Crispy Stepfoot. Who would give up their lives for them? Well, they're making tons of special concessions for these people, right? Because they can't even make a post on Facebook, on their Facebook page, about looking for new employees to work the 911 system, because everybody who's anybody who's been paying attention to Sebastian's case knows that Chris Proudfoot didn't call 911. He called his buddies. And something is not right about that. So for the rest of their lives, they're going to have to do shit like that. And why would they be okay with that? You know? Thank you, Detroit. But why would they be okay with that? Why would they want to do that either? Why would they want to relentlessly stick up for two people that did something horrible to this beautiful child? Because there's a special place in hell for anybody that's been harboring information or just letting all of this go on like the circus it's been and not come out and tell the truth. Well, maybe they don't think they're going to get caught, though, Little Red. Little Red says she thinks that no one is going to risk going to jail or losing their careers for those two. They did this by themselves. And I mean, I have been right there with you. I mean, a lot of times I'll sit and think, why would they ever do that? Right. But the problem is that they probably don't think they're going to get caught. That's how most criminals think. That's how most people think, especially if they've been entitled their whole life and sheltered by the good old boys. They're invincible. They can do whatever they want. And they still get the luxuries to drink their good whiskey and to have a position of power. Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely use the military training. And I mean, why wouldn't they? Once a Marine, always a Marine, you're right. Once a seaman, always a seaman. I don't know. I've only heard the Marines say it. And guys, I'm not disparaging, veterans in the slightest, but people are people. The shoe fits, wear it. Angela, good to see you. Angela says, what is the story about the pictures? SF accuses Clutch of manipulating them and inserting CP's image. Yeah, well, I didn't know where the original photo came from until I kind of realized it. The person who sent it to me said that they saw it on X, and then I finally asked them again because I knew they were lying to me, and they finally said, "Oh yeah, that came from Justin's channel." So, but you know, like I said before, it's very difficult for me to know what anybody else was going through because what I was going through was being doxxed and threatened, and um, that didn't happen to anybody else. Targeted. Nobody else has two, lifetime restraining orders, um, out of that process. So I don't know what happened with Justin, and I hope nothing did. Um, but I know what I went through, so I was just saying what I went through. Um, and it does miraculously stop when you take action. So that's what I would suggest to anybody that ever deals with somebody like that. Nip it in the bud quick so you don't have to worry about, them going on and on. Well, and I'm sure other military members are ashamed of them, Krista. I could guarantee you they are. Because my grandfather served in the Navy and he would never dream of doing something like this to his family. He was a good man. In my opinion, until the day of their passing. I think they'll take it to the grave for sure, SI officer. Yeah. And when there's no consequences for their actions, why would they do any different, Why would they do any different? Lil Red says Craddock's owned the land and the family member passed away, and they also sold another home, I think you meant to say. We do know how much they had into the home. Oh, sorry, we do not know how much they had into the home. Their mortgage may not be 1 million. I do not trust. Well, even if their family owned the land, if they're building $1 million house on it, I mean, yeah, I've never seen police officers in real estate the way this guy is. When I looked up Craddock, he has a whole bunch of he's got a whole bunch of insurance agents, realtors, and mortgage people on his friends list. And that's all I had on my, brokers, lenders, all those people on my Facebook, my personal one, because I was a realtor. I didn't have a bunch of police officers as my friends. I mean, I just have to say that. I mean, it's very bizarre. He's with all the bigwigs. I mean, all you have to do is go watch my video on Sheriff Craddock and you'll see all of them in there. I screenshotted all of them and put them in the video. So Wally Gilliam, the auctioneer, he's in there. Friends with Craddock. That's strange to me. So none of us know. None of us know, Carla. I mean, everybody could pretend like they know, but they don't. So, yeah, exactly, Angela. First aid, buddy care is what the military uses. Yeah, absolutely. And they know that, you know. Yeah, and also Little Red, there's been several news articles and I can't remember which one covers it the most, but there's so much corruption in that area. They've been busted for money laundering in the police department, and one guy used monies that he wasn't supposed to build himself a barn, to build himself, and he got busted, but no, it's very apparent in that area, and I've covered it on this channel that there's no doubt about police misusing their power in that area to give people DUIs, to launder money, to beat people within an inch of their life. Some of them lost their lives. One person was a disabled person. I mean, you can't say that it's not happening there when it's happened there. I mean, it is what it is. I can't change it. I'm just the messenger. I'm just the one that sees it, tells it the way that I see it. Is that why Nancy Grace didn't air the episode? I think that they didn't air the episode and this is just my opinion, because Chris threw a fit, SF threw a fit, and all of the people were dogpiling on Nancy Grace. I mean, that's what happened. I mean, my video is supposed to be played on her show, and instead of her playing the video, she backed out of the whole show and didn't even talk about Sebastian. Decided not to talk about Sebastian. Because they could have taken my short little video out. But she didn't. Instead, they didn't air the episode. They aired it on a podcast, but she didn't do it on the show. And I would have been happy if they took my video out and just talked about Sebastian. But I guess they're too afraid to. Asset officer says it was said usually names of the builder are posted, etc. That this builder was not posted, which was odd. Okay. That's interesting, SI officer. I agree with that, Faye, completely. If you follow the money, you'll find the corruption. Oh, absolutely. It's all about money. It's all about means, motive, opportunity. Thank you, Faye. Hey, Mama, good morning. I know you were speaking of Little Red. I thought she did good research. Is that not the case? Oh, I don't know who you guys are talking about. Sorry. His family is yeah, his brother owns like an electric company or whatever. Yep, it's on my video, hon. I've already researched Craddock, guys. I just don't know what kind of house he's got right now, but judging from, the gentleman's whiskey in the back, I'm pretty sure he's getting the special treatment. He's got friends in lonely places. He's got friends in low places. He's got friends that, he's got to stoop as low as they do. Oh, Little Red, I just said though, like, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I lived in an area that was just like this. Right? Hendersonville's a little bit newer, but it's the same thing. When you're afraid to tell the truth, when you're afraid to stand with a father who has a missing child, there's a big problem. You're afraid? You don't want to honk your horn? For what? What are they going to do? Kill us all? No, they're not. The fear isn't real. The fear isn't real. It's just intimidation tactics that have worked for them. Angela said they would know how to carry someone with the first aid buddy care training. What I was referring to, honey, I don't know what that is. I'm not in the military. I have no idea what you're talking about. If you're talking about them holding him over their shoulder, then yeah, I get what you're saying. But in that picture that I have right here, it looks like someone's being held in the front of somebody else, not over their shoulder, but in front of them. Now, the one that Hindsight had, and again, you might not have been here earlier, but the one that Hindsight showed, yeah, they had somebody over their shoulder. And I guess what is the buddy care system? But I don't know those the terminology for it exactly, and I haven't researched the subject to know. So yeah, I don't know. Good morning, KJ Mac. Thanks for being here. It's absolutely disgusting the amount of corruption in this world. It's very sad. Yeah, but we're focusing in on Tennessee. We're focusing in on Hendersonville, Tennessee, and Sebastian Rogers' case. We're not talking about Texas. We're not talking about Illinois. We're not talking about Timbuktu. We're not talking about Canada. We're talking about Sebastian Rogers' case right now and the corruption in Sumner County, the corruption in Hendersonville. I'm sorry if that's offensive to some of you. You'll just have to come back on a different day. But that's what we're talking about here. And I've covered it extensively. The corruption is deep. Thank you, SI officer. It's not, it is what it is. It is what it is. And you can't change it just because your opinion is different than what the truth is. Go back and do your research. Go back and look at the corruption in that area and tell me that they've never used monies that they weren't supposed to launder money and to build their own shit with it. They've done it. She should have released it to spite them. Yeah, you would think though. But Nancy Grace has SF on her panel because she wanted drone footage. The producers wanted the drone footage. She's got to do what she's got to do based on her producers, right? Based on what's good for her and her business, right? Somebody like me, I don't really care. You know, it doesn't make a difference to me. I'm never going to sell out my morals or my values ever. I am never going to let someone make me sweep something under the rug that is corrupt, that is disgusting, that is a missing child. It will never ever happen. I don't care how many people hate me. I don't care how many people don't listen to me. I don't care anything about that. I care about the people that are here. That's who I care about. I have my own opinions and theories. It again doesn't make it correct, but when I've done research extensively on this subject and people want to come in here and, debate with me back and forth, go watch my other videos. Corruption in Sumner County. I mean, that is why I put things up like this. Do your job. Find Sebastian. No man who is corrupt, no man who condones corruption in others can possibly do his duty by the community. Theodore Roosevelt. Have you seen me? Seen me? Right? Have you seen Sebastian Rogers? The duty of the youth is to challenge corruption. That's Kurt Cobain. Thank you very much. If you're okay with the corruption, then you're probably not going to want to listen right now. I'm not okay with it. I've already researched it and found people doing things they weren't supposed to be doing. So for someone to say, well, they're not going to do that. Yes, they are. They've been doing it. They've been doing it. Oh, Angela, I played the video earlier. It's a short video. It's just showing what I did to enhance the photo. The same one from Justin. It did turn out it was from Justin. So it wasn't removed from my channel, Little Red. You guys can still go listen to Nancy Grace talk about how I'm a friend of theirs. My friend, Lady Freedom. This is her video. It's still on my channel. Just like CPS worker got fired, etc., just like people changing sides, people changing stories, etc., etc. Yeah, and they only want the recognition if they don't have to bear the brunt of anything, right? But part of standing up for what you believe in is going to be bearing the brunt of some people saying, no, I don't want you to stand up for that. No, you're wrong for doing that. That's where the gaslighting comes in. That's where all of the crap comes in. And it's awful. And again, it has no use in a missing child's case. And for it to be going on, excuse me, I'm sorry, I talked too much today. For it to be going on for this long is preposterous, especially because, as I keep saying throughout this entire live stream, the police have all of them information. Yes, it's shocking to us because it's the first time we're seeing it. But they've had this from day one, guys, or excuse me, day 2. February 27th, they had the cat video that SF tried to pass off at the year anniversary of Sebastian being missing. They had it. They told the news they had it. I'm not making it up. I mean, it is what it is. The truth is not going to change. No matter how much we don't like it, no matter how much it hurts. I'm so disgusted. I'm glad you share my frustration, Detroit, because I'm not trying to, excuse me, transfer. Let me get a drink of my popper over here. Um, I'm not trying to incite people to get upset, but this is concerning at the very least. It's upsetting at the most. It's infuriating maybe at the most. But what is everybody waiting for? I mean, that lady, the mama lady, that Mama Mayo, I'm sorry if I said her name wrong. She's over here saying something smells really bad, and there's a dirt mound that is disturbed earth. And she said that she told Brandon Carter. So what did he do? You know? What did they do? Chris and Katie helped Craddock move into his new house. That's disgusting. That makes me want to vomit. Crazy bird. Craddock building his real estate empire from PJ Love service salary. Yeah, nothing new under the sun. Oh, from his public servant. Thank you. Public servant salary. Thank you. Is clearly yeah. I think that if it happened before, it could happen again, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was something more to that. Because it's just like, I'll give you an example. For any of you that used to watch the Extreme Makeover Home Edition, where they would find a deserving family and bulldoze their house down and build them a new house, and everybody had a great, awesome room and everything like that, state of the art, everything. A lot of those people lost their homes because they couldn't afford to keep the upkeep. They couldn't afford to keep the big house. They couldn't afford to keep the lights on or the water running. A lot of them lost those houses. Go watch, guys. It's really sad actually, because these poor people, a lot of them needed it, this house or whatnot. So, in theory, it looks like a good idea. But how is Craddock supposed to maintain this $1 million property if it even exists? I mean, I don't know. But if you guys are, if what we're hearing is right, it's not right. SI officer says, lady, watch Crime Time Buzz, a couple recent videos. She studied and looked into everything as far as that is concerned. Oh, okay. Thank you, SI officer. I will look into that. I will. Because I can see that it's a hot topic for everybody. And it should be. Because like I said, it's happened before, guys. They've been busted in Sumner County for doing this before. Right? Where they were misappropriating money, doing things they weren't supposed to be doing. Oh yeah, Cece. And that's why, when I saw SF Investigates on there with his drone footage talking about a no body case, because that's what it turned out to be for baby Emmanuel. And I'm so glad that he got justice that he deserved. But we still have Sebastian here 2 years later, and the PI that they hired and paid $15,000 for didn't mention Sebastian one time. And they certainly didn't talk about Sebastian's case being a no-body case, right? And what's better than the circumstantial evidence and put these two in jail and get a confession already, like you should have done on the first day? Because if they would have treated them like the criminals that they are, in my opinion, we would not be sitting here right now. But they didn't. They didn't follow protocol. They didn't follow procedures. They did whatever the hell they wanted to because they answered to no one. Faye says, you can see how high the corruption is going. CP almost unalived his wife, number 3, and there's no case against him, allegedly, in my opinion. Thank you, Faye. Because there's never any repercussions or accountability. Because somebody always comes along and fixes it. Right? Look what happened to Nina. Look at what Nina still deals with from Chris. Look at what his daughter. You know what? Forget Nina and Chris. What about Faith? You think it's healthy for her at all to be having to go to a house where she knows that her stepbrother is missing and they're not looking for him? Oh, and let's not forget the cameras that were in her room just recently that we found out about. But let's just keep on going. It's called a fireman carry. Thanks, Michelle. Like I said, guys, I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. I just see him getting carried in the front. Something's being carried in the front of that person, whoever's carrying it. That's all I know. I know that in another video that I had nothing to do with, it looks like somebody's being carried over someone's shoulder. And that's just what I perceive. Like everybody's going to look at it and see something different because it's heavily pixelated, right? The quality's bad. It's dark. KJ Max says, I want to watch that video again. The entire act of moving the real estate holdings out of his own name, making himself wealthy, and Sebastian is still missing. Wow. Wow. That is crazy. Yeah, I didn't know it was that much, KJ. Thank you guys for letting me know. Because like I said, I'm doing my own independent research. I'm basically turning into a private eye for Devlin's case. So I have not had a chance to watch anybody, and I heard rave reviews about Chris today. And I know he's great. So I was like, let's review him. And I just didn't know I was going to feel a certain type of way, but I do because it's enough is enough. Why is this? Why is any of this okay? I mean, can anybody help me out here? Not you, Chris. Yes, that's what I was referring to. He clearly had to be carried. No worries. I worked for the Air Force for a long time, hence they knew what they were doing, in my opinion. Thanks, Angela. Yeah, and you know what I mean? I don't know what the proper terms are, so thank you. But yeah, there's no doubt that they've used their training in order to get away with this, but they've also used the status that comes with their military background to escape responsibility, in my opinion. Well, it sounds like they have proof, Little Red. It sounds like there's proof if she did all of the research for it, as KJ said. Nancy runs that channel, not the producers. I don't believe that, Crazy Bird. I do not. No, because if she did, how does she sleep it? Okay, so if that's true, which it very well might be, but I want to disagree. If that is true, then why is she okay with having that dirtbag fishy on there? In my opinion. How is she okay with looking herself in the mirror when she's putting her makeup on before she goes on a show with a guy that was paid $15,000 to not talk about Sebastian? All of these Court TV and Nancy Grace and all of these big time production shows, they're all acting stupid, in my opinion. And I don't mean that they're acting stupid in a way that like they're doing foolish things. I'm saying they're acting like they don't understand or they don't know what's really going on. They're acting oblivious. Even when I watched Vinnie Politan, who is one of my favorites, has been one of my favorites for years, even more of a favorite than Nancy Grace, acting like he didn't know Sebastian's case. He's covered it more than most people have in the mainstream media. But he acts like he has no idea what the hell's going on. And then they act like they don't have any idea what's going on when Fish Sticks is up there. And you want to be associated with somebody who runs their mouth like that on X and acts the way he does and inserts himself into missing people's cases? No way. And that's what I mean when they're acting stupid. They're acting like they don't know what the hell's going on, and they're not oblivious. Not at all. Just like America's Most Wanted knows damn well that they took the end of the flashlight video out. And they didn't show the public the entire thing. Because if they had showed the public the entire thing, then I'm pretty sure anybody who's ever watched the episode of America's Most Wanted where they had Sebastian on for 8 minutes would be looking at Katie too. So why did they hide that? So when we want to talk about how who would do this for Katie and Chris, why did America's Most Wanted do that for Katie and Chris? I really want to know. I'm asking, like, really want to know. KJ Maxx says when a public servant becomes wealthy, connected, powerful, but does not have the power or deserve to find a missing boy, we have a problem. Boom. Ridiculous. It's something that we've been discussing at length as a problem, and it's okay. Hey, we'll make everybody think that Sebastian just left the house on his own, right? Only one light source leaving the house. Doesn't show the rest of the video where the same light source comes back to the house. Now, again, I make mistakes on my math all the time. I'm willing to admit that. It is what it is. But when you have one person going from the house and only one person going back, and then there was 2 people in the house, supposedly, then that means that the person in the house must have been the one that had the light source that came back to the house. It's only logical, rational thinking, and they're not going to make me think in an irrational or illogical way just because they want me to. No. I saw what they did, and I'll never unsee it. So what I'm going to do is never watch America's Most Wanted again. And I don't even pay attention to the mainstream true crime channels very much anymore, because it's all it is made for TV and what they want to show us, and then they button it up and that's the end of the show. That's not real life. I wish it was, because Sebastian would be here with us by now, with his father by now. Brenda says those people in the county have to be looking over their backs and wonder when it's going to come to light, in my opinion. Absolutely, Brenda. Every single day. Every single day, those who are withholding information about Sebastian Rogers' case have to look over their shoulder. Every single day, they have to come up with a new lie to cover the lie that they've already told. They have to be perfect every single day. But we only have to be perfect one time. And at the rate we're going, I bet you we're going to figure this out quicker. And then what are the police going to do? Come out with another bogus news release or press release? Because that's what they did the last time. In my opinion, it's such a joke seeing SF on the shows. He has no credibility with me. Same, Angela. He's worse than a grifter. You know? He's worse than a grifter. And Little Red, I'm not talking about everywhere else. I'm talking about Hendersonville, Tennessee. That's where I'm talking about. So, Shadow, good to see you, Shadow. I never got a notification. Oh, I'm so sorry. I put mine on super late. I did. I put mine on super late tonight. I did, because I was trying to get that other video out for Rebecca. So, wouldn't it be great if Nancy Grace did the beginning of the end of the story, finding Sebastian helps with evidence who did this? I mean, anybody that finds Sebastian, I'm going to be happy. I'm not going to have any gripes once he's found, but I'm not going to hold my breath with Aunt Nancy, guys. And I'm sorry, that might make people, upset, but I don't care. If you screw your integrity, that's your fault, not mine. You sold your soul to the devil, that's your fault, not mine. And I'm not going to stand there right with you and give my soul over too, just because you did you. Nuh-uh, no way. And again, I'll say it again. It doesn't matter how many tomatoes are thrown at me, because people don't like what I have to say. It's never going to stop me. It is never going to stop me. They've known everything, Bo. I promise you guys that. I honestly think that they've known very early on. And when I saw the probable cause affidavit for Monkey Vaughn, it was all in there. Every single bit of it. And they knew the entire time. They were just waiting to pounce. So if we're seeing these videos that Mob is showing us, right, then that means that the police have had those too. And again, it's new to us, but the police have known. Crazy Bird said they may not have gotten this footage. Mob Crew has. Even if they did, they are not smart enough to figure it out. Well, I don't think they take the time. I mean, that's my biggest problem, Crazy Bird, is like, Sheriff Craddock is not stupid, right? He went to a very good college. He's been a detective himself. He's been in the military himself. I'm pretty sure he's still active reserve. I haven't checked his Facebook, but the last time I checked, he was. Right? In the Navy. In the Navy. So, do I think that they would put forth the effort? Maybe not. Maybe that's where we're falling short. But I think they've had all of this footage because and if they didn't, why didn't the neighbors give them the footage? Because that's the most maddening thing in Devlin's case, is that we have eyewitness accounts from people online, but no eyewitness accounts. I just saw somebody just sent me a sighting of Devlin that was put on Facebook. Did it ever occur to any of you guys to go to the Ionia County Sheriff's Office with that information, or did you just post it on Facebook? Oh, I saw a kid that looks like Devlin, and he was over at this hotel, this inn, across from Dairy Queen. He's working at Dairy Queen. What? What do you mean? Devlin Tait, the one that's missing, is 30 to 45 minutes away in Greenville, Michigan. Are you kidding me? So you're going to say that on Facebook? How many times has that happened in Sebastian's case? So it's so concerning. It's so upsetting. And it's just old. It's so old, Yeah, it's a different, I put all the different filters on it, Faye. That's how I did it. That's exactly how I did that. I put different filters on the photo. So then when the colors change, you can tell what stays the same and what doesn't. And that's what I guess maybe impressed Aunt Nancy. But why didn't she talk about Sebastian? You take my video out of the equation, it was what? A 4-minute video, a 5-minute video at that? Because all she showed was the me talking and showing you guys how the coloration was. And how I changed it and how I came to the conclusion that I did. She could have taken that out and put it in another commercial or ad, but instead she completely didn't cover Sebastian at all. Betty shows it from the beginning how from the flashlight video you can get CPKP and the Blob just using different color filters. Yeah, well, I think I saw that, Faye. I'm pretty sure I did because I know, well, and she might have been showing my video. I'm pretty sure she was showing my video. Um, because you know, it was well received by people who wanted to hear the truth, but the people that didn't want the truth out were very upset about it. So much so that I was threatened, stalked, harassed. And it turns out there's a lot of new rules on cyber stalking, like you're not allowed to do it. So that's probably why there hasn't been a whole lot, more of that from the peanut gallery, because I took a stand against it. I didn't just put up with it. I stuck up for myself. LE made SF look silly over that cat video. They sure did. Sure did. Oh, she tried to call Brandon and there was no answer. Oh, that's par for the course. Angela says, I agree with you, lady. Corruption is real and it takes a leader to stand up to it. Thanks, Angela. Yeah. I mean, I can't follow along with something like that. I would never do that. I can't. I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Period. 2 years of frustration, almost there, no words. I know, SI officer, it's so incredibly frustrating, especially if there's footage that has not been given to law enforcement at this juncture. I can't even wrap my mind around that. I won't even believe that until I know that it's true. But if these people have been sitting on this footage just to give it over to a YouTube creator, which the utmost respect goes to Chris, what the hell were they waiting for this whole entire time? Like I'm amazed. So my brain is just going to, maybe the safest place and saying, well, maybe they already turned this all into law enforcement. It's part of the footage, that they've had since February 27th. But then again, why has there been no arrests? Why has there been no one putting the puzzle pieces together? Why has this not been turned over? And Chris is now saying that he's going to turn it over to all agencies. God bless Chris. So again, I don't want you guys to think that I'm bashing Chris or even the people that are coming forward now, because I guess it's better late than never. But goodness sakes, can we please focus on finding the missing child? Sebastian Rogers? It's ungodly. She's already exposed that and reported it in the beginning of the case. Again, done nothing. Oh, gosh. It's like hitting into a brick wall. It really is. It's terrifying to think that they would do that to a child and without batting an eyelash. Right? It's insane. Oh, yes, move the bus show, right? And then they gave people a tax burden that couldn't handle, and someone else gobbled it up. Banks. Yes, KJ, boom, you remember. I remember watching a couple of different shows or something that they did on that. And it was so sad. I was like, oh, I used to love that show. And like, but I mean, obviously, you don't think about those things, Yeah, Bo, and it just falls on deaf ears. So maybe if they're holding back, that's why, or if they held back, that's why, or like I said, I'm hoping and praying that it's just something that they're tired because law enforcement hasn't done anything with it and they've had it since, the second day, or excuse me, the first day of him being missing. I suppose it'd be the second day if they called in the morning. Either way, February 27th, they supposedly had the cat footage, so why wouldn't they have the other footage? So it's just, it's just mind-boggling. They built one here in a small town I live in for a little boy in a wheelchair, and thank God they still have it. Oh, good, Crazy Bird. Yeah, I just found that to be so interesting. So that's what I think of when I think of somebody buying $1 million house or building $1 million house, right? Because at that point it becomes an estate and you have a bunch of land and you have to pay property taxes on it. You have to upkeep the property, you have to keep the lights, keep the everything. We all know. We all live, we know how much it costs. Um it's so frustrating, SI officer. It's and if they have ever brought a property on a bake sale, you know that the game is rigged. Real estate is a perfect place for public servants to hide their side jobs. I agree with that, KJ. And I think the money, filtering money through is a big one. When you're filtering the money, um, yeah, you have to have it go somewhere, right? That looks legit. Otherwise, you get pinched. Yeah, Sonny's unaliving was also weird. I agree with that, Faye. I know people were like he was really sick, but I don't know. I don't know what to think of that. I still don't, but I think it's weird for sure. Liberty says Sonny was a part of the cover up. Hey, Liberty. Yeah, I mean, I won't put it past anybody. I really won't. I mean, he sounded like I'm gonna pass the buck on, even though you're the sheriff. But I think Brandon's on that case, or what? Where's Craddock? Where'd he go? Hold on a second. Let me get one of these youngins. Like, oh my gosh. And no offense, I know he's passed. It's just entirely too frustrating. I don't understand why they keep saying that the lights video is a trash truck. It makes no sense to me. No, and they changed it, Angela. Whenever they came out with the latest press release from the FBI, they said that it wasn't a trash truck, that it was two vehicles. So how do we believe that? What do we even do with that? I can tell you what they could do with their lives is shove them where the sun doesn't shine, where they belong. But instead, they just spew it out into the universe like it's the truth. You know? Just very convenient, very coincidental. And we all know what happens with those coincidences. He wouldn't have done anything either. TB was his best friend, for fuck's sake. Liberty. I love how Liberty comes in hot with the same energy. Good to see you, Liberty. Oh my gosh, you guys. How terrible. It's just terrible. Chris don't care about Faith. He wants Nina hurt. I agree. Who takes a child away from their mom, first of all? Without any reason to do it. I mean, yeah, if she's, drugging or doing things she ain't supposed to do, of course. I mean, it's the best interest of the child, but when they're not doing that, no way. These people are all Masons at the same lodge. Thank you, Liberty. And see, I know we've talked about that before. And then also, there's that Mason lodge right by the cemetery, which, I mean, I don't know, you probably have to do like a secret knock to get into it. And, did they put Sebastian there? Because we know that wasn't searched. Ali dropped the ball on purpose. The narrative, they still mysterious, beautiful ninja up and disappeared. I mean, it's weird, right, Krista? Who would believe that in their right mind? Nobody would, right? And that's why they had to rig the video from America's Most Wanted and only show one light source leaving. Because as I said before, they would just, go right to Katie, logically and rationally speaking. But they're asking us to go outside of logic and reality. They're presuming that we go against everything that we know to be true and listen to what they're saying. Right? The happy mother and son. But but the reality is that Katie was sitting there reprimanding Sebastian, very, very aggressive, right? And it's terrible. It's terrible. I will take the DOJ and FBI to do anything about, or it will take the DOJ, Department of Justice, and FBI to do anything about this case. I agree. And I hope that, that might be a place that Chris can also send this information to. It just blows my mind that, well, I've already said it a million times. It's mind, emotional manipulation, sick individual, in my opinion, the whole family. Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. They all work together. I did a pic and rotated and found it was a pic of somebody carrying a white container. Oh, okay. In the latest one, Michelle? That's interesting. A white container, a white container. They do get off on it's sadism. Sadistic behavior, Another box on the side of it. Sammy says the corruption surrounding the disappearance of an innocent child of God with a ridiculously scary amount of people turning their cheek. I mean, so many, Sammy. I cannot believe it. I'm appalled, especially because I know there are good people that live in that area, but they're scared. And it really reminds me, and I've said it before, of the Holocaust mentality, or whatever the terminology is for that, where it's if you can't beat them, join them. I don't want to be in that situation. I don't want to be the subject of ridicule. So I'm just going to act like I don't know what's going on, and I'm going to go over here, drink my whiskey. Well, I'll be damned, and there's a kid missing. A beautiful, bright kid named Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. His birthday's on Sunday. He'd be 17 years old on Sunday, spending it with his father, spending it with his mom, his stepfoot. But no. Instead, he's missing. None of it's okay. It's BS, and we're all frustrated. We've all been here from the beginning and trying to help with no help from Sumner County. Boom, Bo, exactly. And all of us have been racking our brains, and a lot of us were like, hey, Chris Proudfoot told Nancy Grace and called her out on her own show and said, name the time and place, ma'am. Right? And then, yeah, Nancy gets up on her show and she acts like she's outraged and whatever, but she never did anything about it. Nothing ever came of it. And Chris Proudfoot successfully got away with lying to Nancy Grace on her show. What of that? It's really messed up, if you ask me. It's really messed up. And images we've seen, one had a bar behind the shoulders and a person over the left shoulder. Yes, I have seen that, SI officer. I mean, and those pictures are so disturbing. I just wish there was a way that we could share them. But it's extremely difficult. I don't know why she did it. I don't know why, Crazy Bird. I can't. I really, like, it doesn't make me feel good to say any of this. It doesn't. But the more I think about it, the more I'm just like, I cannot believe that she would do this. Right? It's like an alternate universe. I'm like slapping myself. Am I gonna wake up? Because we have people of integrity who are blowing their integrity for what? right? Because I don't want to watch any of those people. You fail Sebastian, forget about it. Hey, Tina girl. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. That's right, Brenda. Be sweet. You know, be sweet. Don't rock the boat. Don't tell the truth. You know? Oh, Crazy Bird says I quit watching Vinny because of SF and left. Comment on how I was shocked he lowered himself with the SF and I won't watch him again. Oh my gosh, it ruined everything for me too. You know, because I really enjoyed the Vinny and the Tangents podcast. Angela says I cringed when I saw SF on Vinny's piece show. More Chris McDonough. I love Chris McDonough. Yeah. Um. Oh, poor Chris McDonough. Sorry, I think I read that wrong. I'm getting tired. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, I mean, Chris McDonough's the man. First of all, first and foremost, Chris McDonough is a truth seeker. He's a fact finder. Right? He's got integrity. It's a far cry from some of these yahoos out there. I still want to find out where he found anybody missing too. I don't think he has. Hey, Twists and Turns. Vinny had SF on Court TV with Chris McDonough 2 nights ago, too, on Sebastian's disappearance. Gross. I did not see it. I did not see it. Ugh. Ah, thank you, little Miss Sharon, for hitting the like button. That's what I want to know. Why America's Most Wanted? I'm absolutely disgusted by it. Got to stand up for what's right, even if you're standing alone. Too many people are so desperate for attention surrounding this case, they'd never stand alone for what's right. I agree with that, Sammy. I do. And I think it's one of those things where if more people were to talk about these subjects, then maybe people will get a little bug in their ear and understand that what they're doing is completely wrong and it's never going to be okay. It's never going to be right when Sebastian's out there missing and everybody's okay with it. Everybody's okay with the way that he's been treated. We're talking about a human boy here, a young man who brightened his hallways at school, a young man who was missed by his peers. Vinny, did you forget CP harassing your reporter at Betty's court? Boom, Faye. Oh, yeah, remember that? Chris was trying to flirt with one of Vinny's people. Grody. Thanks, Faye. CP says maybe this case, or excuse me, CC. Sorry, CC. CC says maybe this case will not have become a total shit show if LE had addressed the public with just a tiny bit of reassurance that they were doing something to find Sebastian. That was their second mistake. I agree with that completely, CC. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he's a clout chaser to the max. He is. And if they would have came out and did their job, we would never have, had any second guesses. If they would have taken, Katie in for an interview, a proper interview to find out whether or not she had involvement. But no, they gave her the Paul Murdoch treatment, right? The Paul Murdoch treatment where, he didn't even have to wear orange for his mugshot. He got to wear his button-up shirt, his little plaid and khakis. Yeah, that's Katie. So we can't say that they're not like the Murdaws. They were treated with the respect, the same kind of way that they were treated, right? As if they did nothing wrong, even though they knew, right? It's the same. Yeah, Tina, thank you. Tina says Lady Freedom, Miss KK has recently posted to Facebook about Sebastian. I heard about that. As a matter of fact, I hope my phone didn't die. Okay. Well, I have two phones that I work off of, but give me a second. Let me see if I can pull it up on my phone. 1 second. Facebook. I'll just see if I can't share it here for you guys. What's on my mind? I am mad, mad, mad. Okay, sorry, hold on. Kitty proud. I don't know if it's gonna work, guys, because no, I don't need an update. Yikes. Okay. Oh, gee willikers. All right. All right, give me 1 second and I'll share this with you guys. And I'm sorry if I'm a little bit behind in the chat. I'll get caught up here while I show you guys this Facebook. Share the screen of Facebook. Okay. You guys see that? All right. Hold on. Let me just open that up so it doesn't look so tiny on my screen. I don't know why it does that, but it does. All right. So move the window over. And I don't know who that is, except for maybe a grandfather. I don't know. Katie says it's a blessing that the community is still helping to spread awareness. Sebastian will be 17 on December 7th, and his favorite drink from Culver's is chocolate malt, extra malt, something he and his poppy used to get. We are grateful and thankful. Spreading awareness and the FBI flyer are the most effective thing we know to do, and we thank anyone willing to keep Sebastian's name and face out there so we can find and bring our son home. It looks like the news clip. So when did she post this? November 29th. Okay, sorry, I meant to read that part first. Community advocates for Culver advocates and Culver's will host a birthday awareness event December 7th for missing Hendersonville teen Sebastian Rogers. The event will feature free malts. All right, so the news originally got that wrong. So that's where I probably thought it was in Hendersonville that did the free malts. But then BMW Coupe also posted a side-by-side today. So Hendersonville, oh my God, I'm sorry. This gives me such a freaking headache. Hendersonville's $1 off as far as I know. And then the one in Clarksville is for free. For free. All right. And then this one was November 25th, official release from the Sheriff's Department. We are praying that someone will see something or find something that will lead us to our son. Please don't forget Sebastian and keep awareness of your surroundings. The holidays are coming up as well, and Sebastian's 17th 7H birthday. Keep him in your prayers and treasure your loved ones. Well, treasure yours, Katie. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office is aware of the photograph. Oh, okay. This is the one that wasn't Sebastian. Okay, gotcha. I saw this. Here's Katie posting the 24th. We are beyond grateful that people are still keeping awareness. Sadly, this is another child that is not Sebastian. Please be respectful and discourage harassment. Okay, well, you too. You harassed me. Your friggin' husband sent people after me, you fucking lying bitch. Amen. Please keep Sebastian in your prayers. Please keep aware of your surroundings for him. Please let the truth guide, and may the Lord keep him safe and bring him home. Stop the rumors, protect the truth, refocus on Sebastian. I don't even know what this is. A YouTube video? I'm afraid to click it from her page. I'm not clicking it. We pray with all of our hearts to bring Sebastian home, and I pray for all the missing and their families. Okay. And she didn't post anything on here since 2015. Well, there you have it, folks. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah. She's got one photo of her and her grandpa or something. And then Sebastian when he's little. So, I don't know. This might not be her whole page because I'm not friends with her. You know what I mean? So, okay, I really can't look at that mug right now. I'm too pissed off. I'm really I can't. I'm no. No, ma'am. Alrighty. So, it's very odd. Like crickets for how long and nothing. Yeah, it means nothing. It's just weird. It's just very, very strange. Yeah, she didn't want him at home. That's why he's gone. Hey, Bet. Sebastian is known all the way to Mount Vernon, Washington. Boom, Bet. I'm so glad. Hey, Happy Holidays. Says corruption sucks. Thank you for all you do, Lady Freedom. Thank you for listening. Happy Holidays. I understand I'm not going to be everybody's bestie over here, but I'm going to tell it like I want to tell it on my channel. You know, that's all I can do is use my platform for what I believe in, not for what everybody else believes in. To thine own self be true. And when you see somebody acting like a boob, call it out. Liberty. I know you're not laughing at what I just said, but I'm giggling with you. The lawyers probably told her to do that. Oh my gosh. I bet. They're probably like, you better be posting before Thanksgiving so you don't look guilty. Boom shakalaka. Aw, thank you. Thanks, Bet. Yeah, I'm good. Like I said, if anybody tries to do anything to me, they go right on the freaking FBI watch list that all the other yahoos are on. You know, I've reported them all, so you can't cyberstalk or do anything like that to people. You'll get in big trouble for it. And, you know, hey, if that's what it takes. She and Foot were going to send him away to a behavioral school. Let's not forget. Thank you, KJ Mack. Exactly. And, you know, guys, we have a lot of people who are new over here because of Devlin's case. So, you know, I know a lot of people that know about Sebastian because of Devlin's case. You know, which it really I wish it was for better circumstances, but it really makes me happy to know that people are still listening about Sebastian and listening about, you know, his case and more people are becoming aware of it, even though, you know, we all know it a little bit too well, which is part of the frustration. Liberty, she says, I love your bluntness. I'm very blunt, so I love that. Thanks, Liberty. I appreciate your bluntness too. Yeah, and I mean, like I said, we all have our opinions, right? Like, and there's like, I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong, but I think we're 50-50 split on whether Sebastian made it home or not. And then I myself I'm like probably 30-70. So 70% I don't think he made, or excuse me, 70% I think he made it home and the lights video happened. And then 30% is he didn't make it home at all, you know? So thank you. Happy holidays. So I think that's kind of where I sit on things because I just can't get to the point where I think, oh, I know he made it home 100%. Maybe if we could take a look at the trash can, taking the can to the end of the driveway video, then maybe I could make a better distinction. So, but I don't know that we'll ever see that. I don't think we ever will. Yeah, see, Liberty says, I don't think he made it home personally. Well, and there's a couple of spots on the way home that they could have really like just did a handoff. Even there's a park and somebody was talking about that earlier and had brought it up to me and it was like, oh, that would have been a good place to kind of do a swap as well. It's so hard to tell, Brenda. I mean, I wish I could say like definitively, I mean, I think any of us would love to do that. Yeah, and it was very quick. Well, and look at that Stop 30 road, like that little spot. I just call it Stop 30, but it is a road named Stop 30, and it's, that wooded area that Silvers did a deep search on, and that Jen, Jeff, and I were at. Um, Crickets. Detroit says crickets, and that's why I sent you that picture. But it was a grasshopper, which was odd at 3 a.m. sitting by the fire, listening to Seth talking about Sebastian. Oh my gosh, yes, yes, Detroit. I forgot about that one because I was too busy thinking about that elf. That was a good picture, though. I was like, oh my gosh, that's scary. Oh, are you allowed to put the attorney general number up? Just asking, pretty please. Oh, yeah. Like the AG for Tennessee. Tennessee. We should be able to. Let me see if we could get. Oh, yeah. I mean, they might all be in cahooter tutors together, but we could definitely try it. There's the Attorney General's office, attorneygeneral.tn.gov, local and state government offices, Nashville, 500 Charlotte Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee, and they're open at 8 a.m. And that's their number, 615-741-3491. It's worth a try, Bet. Thank you for asking. Yeah, that place gave me immediate chills. Oh my gosh, I've never seen so many bones, Liberty. That's what really got me. I'm like, I can't believe how many bones are out here. So I'm supposing they dump things or whatever, but it was very strange. I've been in the woods in a lot of different places. I mean, even up Wisconsin. And I've never seen that in my life, ever. It was very odd. Almost where I almost looked at Jen and Jeff and I was like, "Are you guys punking me? Are you guys trying to scare me?" Because like that is the place where Jen wanted me to go, and we had planned on going. And when she brought me there, I was like, "Oh my gosh, are you guys?" But I knew they were because we were all like, "Look at these bones." If the lights video is legit, he made it home. If not, he didn't, in my opinion. I agree with that, KJ Mac. And I mean, wherever the facts follow, or excuse me, wherever the facts are, I'm going to follow that direction. So, I mean, if it came out, that the flashlights were something different, um, in the area, then we would like have to shift our theory, you know, but I'm also working both theories, but then I'm thinking to myself, how the heck could they have just taken him undetected as well, even if it was in a vehicle? Except for Chris saying, he hauled ass down the highway, you know? I'm starting to wonder if going to the gas station, she picked up CP or one of his lookalikes, and that's why Sheriff said Sebastian Rogers was in the back seat. Oh, okay, Sammy. See, that would make sense. That would make sense. Yeah, that's definitely something to consider. And that gas station, whenever I think you're talking about the BP, right? Whenever Mr. and Mrs. E drove over there, there was a spot over by the dumpsters that you could, I mean, you would still be caught on camera, but you would be able to do something behind those dumpsters and no one would, it wouldn't be caught. So, oh my gosh, it was eerie over there. But nothing like I felt when I went into the neighborhood. And again, I don't know if that's because, of the story, I think it is, or you know what I mean. It could be because I think something could have happened to Sebastian. It gives me an eerie feeling, so that was the last place he was, but I just don't know. So you're welcome, Bet. Thank you, thank you. Even with the lights video, he still may have not made it home. They could have been doing other things during the lights video. Yeah, Liberty, I agree. And if they were carrying things out, maybe they were carrying things for him. There's I mean, anything is possible, you know? They are deer bones. Yeah, they were deer bones, Miss Ann. They were. Thank you for yeah, she says they have to be deer bones because they have places here where they do the same thing. They just throw out all their bones. Thanks, Miss Ann. That makes me feel a lot better. uh Michelle says there's a lift on property, easy to lift up to the window. Make him or they could take him out as long as Sebastian's feet don't make contact with the ground. No scent would be detected, excuse me. Um a lift on the property. Hmm. Although they had well, what side was the lift on? I mean, I'm guessing it was on the garage side, in the excuse me, in the driveway. But their neighbors had those big floodlights on their home. Oh, I see. CP has a big white lift. Okay. But don't they like make noises when they lift? Aren't they like beep beep, like doing the backup thing, but like up? Oh, KJ Max says maybe the umbrella and t-shirt have to do with them evading detection on video. I'm not sure. If anyone has a living Navy member, ask about it. Inquiring minds want to know what those are used for. Hmm. We'll have to do some research there, KJ Mac. There's igloo type box in the picture I sent you. Oh, thanks, Michelle. Let me take a look, or I'll take a look. They have scent specific dogs do not smell the ground. They would smell the air. Oh, yes. Thank you, Liberty. That makes sense. I mean, it's always baffled me that Sebastian's scent, wouldn't have been found like around the area. And then if he took the trash out, wouldn't the dogs have hit? Because I mean, we've talked about that too a lot. The risk of moving anything other than Sebastian in the night isn't worth it. And as bold as CP is, he wouldn't allow the unnecessary risk. I was thinking that as well. That's one reason I was thinking that maybe. Well, because we all know he didn't want anybody near his house. He didn't want anything going on with the house. But I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. So if there was a panic and something went awry, then they wouldn't have a choice. And it did look like Katie was telling Sebastian off at the table, here in these pictures. Everyone said really caught up with the scent on the ground thing. Yeah, 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 exactly. Oh, battery charge and no sound. Okay, that's good to know. Okay. Use them at the job. KJ moving Sebastian would be the risk. It definitely would be. And see, that's where I know. It's like why would they choose to do it that night? And then, I know other people who think, okay, Katie snapped, right? And I think we're like 50-50 on that too. If I could think about maybe what I've seen around the YouTube streets and stuff. that Katie snapped. But I have thought that it's been premeditated. This entire time I thought it was premeditated. But they could have had a snap, and I can't completely discount that. I'm more like 90-10 on that, because I think there's a chance that there could have been a snap. Obviously, their dinner didn't go very well, you know? So, yeah, the chair looking thing, I think that is it, Sammy. Yeah, moving anything else could be explained away. That's true. You can't explain to carrying the body out or getting caught. Except they can't explain it away. They've already given their alibis. Well, that's true. Man, guys, a lift on the property, everybody sees it daily. Not uncommon to see it moved around on the property, lifts up the tree level. Oh wow, so it's one of those tall ones, like the bucket. Yeah. The lights in the common area were before they gave the alibis. Dang. Are you sure it was an umbrella? I saw that looked like an umbrella type thing, and then it looked like a shower head under another filter. I think it was a navy flashlight. I don't. Oh, I know what you're talking about. The navy flashlights, because they're straight, or excuse me, they're like an L shape. You get caught carrying a body, you're busted. I definitely saw a brand new pack of sheets in the box, a tarp or a shower curtain too. I do remember seeing that as well in the photos. What if, and a big if, it was done in another home nearby? Well, I was thinking about the Masonic Lodge, SI officer, because of that odd kind of night thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, not night as in, night and day, but night with a K. I don't think that they are that stupid to carry a body and walk carrying it clear to where the car was, having to jump that big ditch. I mean, that ditch was huge. Liberty, did you see the bit that I got on camera before I was shoot off? It's deep and it's really rocky. So like there's all these rocks in there that if misstep on one of those rocks, you know, you could trip, because they're not stable, they're just a whole bunch of rocks on top of rocks. It does look like they did a trial run from what I watched with Mob, and then watching, yeah. Because what's up with all the cars in the neighborhood and all of a sudden they're not there anymore? Unidentified cars. Definitely premeditated, says Brenda. Trial run on the videos the night before convinced me. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Liberty. I do. Yeah. I mean, SA officer says definitely premeditated. Yeah, but I see what you're saying, because it's just hard to believe, especially because Chris doesn't want any attention, drawn to the house. And then that brings me back to like the green hoodie theory and all of that. And of course, with the green hoodie, I was kind of making prejudgments before I saw the green hoodie standing by her car and waiting for her. And, then the yellow jacket guy, we all know what transpired with that guy. Yeah, it's easier to do that, especially because they went in through the garage, Liberty. Yeah, it's easier to bring him back and just claim that they did. If she snapped, then all the weirdness at the Texas Roadhouse is nothing. I agree. I agree. Or maybe it was bubbling up. I mean, they look so unhappy. I mean, typically when you go out to eat, it's a fun experience. And also, she didn't even bring Sebastian to a place that he really liked. And, they went on umpteenth interviews talking about how Sebastian doesn't really like red meat. He likes eating sushi and he likes eating tofu and all these, fish, Brussels sprouts. But why would you bring him to Texas Roadhouse unless maybe she just wanted a steak? Liberty says, I don't believe she snapped, so premeditated. Lift reaches across the ditch, easy, no contact with ground still. That's interesting, Michelle. There would be blood evidence if she snapped and the dogs would have smelled it. I agree with that. And hell, maybe they would have done luminol or taken a piece of carpet. There's carpet fibers that they could have collected and they didn't. They failed to do so, in my opinion. The two females were wearing something when they were taking the lights down. Yeah, they would have trailed his scent. Oh, it is. I couldn't believe how big, how in deep it was, Liberty, until I got there and saw it for myself. Like it doesn't in the video that I took doesn't even really do it justice. And it goes all the way back the length of, the common area. Sorry guys, I'm move my table. You can hear it creaking. Liberty, that's why I have that one. That's why I have that one picture of Katie where she's leaping over a ditch, but I put her head on someone else's body because I just found a lady leaping over a ditch. So, because I just found that to be kind of funny too. She's like, wee, and like nobody can really leap over that ditch with Sebastian, right? If she's carrying him, like how do you leap when you're carrying somebody? You really can't. You might be able to jump a little, skip, but I don't think this is an unaliving case. I hope not, Liberty. I mean, and again, I go back and forth, but I'm like, where could he be? I've thought about like a underground place, like a bunker or something. We talked about that. And then also Katie saying that he might be in a basement somewhere. Maybe he is. They have so many properties at their disposal that they could have, he could have been in a basement somewhere. You know? Oh, Liberty says, I think they rehomed Sebastian. She did give up her son for money, Mama, and a man. Sure did. I agree. And eventually they will be caught. I think they will be caught. Oh, I think it's only a matter of time. It is only a matter of time. And I think that's why Katie is so scared and she keeps posting that stuff. Like that was weird to see her posting that. I mean, she's never done that before. Agree to disagree. I'm hoping for the best, expecting the worst. I know, Michelle, I feel you on that. It's so difficult, isn't it? Oh, I hope so. I sure hope so, Liberty. I sure hope so. Cuz the world's a sadder place without his smile, and I know it is for his father, most definitely. I mean, no doubt. They should take the dogs to the cemetery area again, the dirt mounds. I think so too, Detroit. I was surprised to see that. I really was. Because I didn't follow that lady. I've never seen that video ever. All she had to do was cut the fuse off and no lights would go on from the garage or the outside. Oh, good point, Witchy. Yeah, she would just have to pop the fuse over, huh? Hmm. Don't forget the weirdness with the cameras, and they're carrying like a big thing to block view from overhead and a spotlight to distort the car. I'm confident in saying that someone bent down and removed the license plate. Oh, wow. Do you remove a license plate just to transport clothes or sheets? Oh. So I get it. I get what you're saying because they used they had the license plate on, and then as soon as they were leaving, they took it off. I don't know if there was a political guy bet. In my opinion, Sebastian loved animals so much he was a pescatarian. Aw. I know he loved animals. There also a white container used that was near the floodlight on the ground in one of the images. Okay, SI officer. So could that been the same white container? Or was it like a bin? You know what I'm saying? Like a like one of those plastic totes. Yep, lady, that's why I know they did not carry Sebastian and jump over that ditch like that. I don't think they could have. I really don't, Liberty, even though and that did come from Bobby, the neighbor. What do y'all think about the alleged haircut not playing arcade games? Well, I mean, my thing is that they came. Doug the Bounty Hunter came in my chat and said that they were going to be releasing that footage and that they were only there for 10 minutes, and so I've just been waiting on that. I was wondering what time that all transpired because I thought they went straight from Strike and Spare to the Texas Roadhouse. I don't know. His hair does look different. But then again, I don't know if that's because I'd really like to see a video. And maybe that's just not possible, maybe somebody made us think about that and then they're not going to show us the video. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I thought I heard today that part of the search warrant was the removal of a piece of carpet. Did anyone else hear that? Oh, I didn't hear that, Sammy. And remember, there are container business. I almost sounded like Katie Bitness. Business around the construction company. Yes, there. I remember that. Thanks, SI officer, though, for reiterating that. Because yeah, you're right. I think it would be a lot harder for LE to not do anything if they were, or excuse me, if this were M case. In my opinion, LE knows they did not M him. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Nobody knows what the warrant was for, and nobody knows if LE ever found what they had the warrant to get. I think it was their router because I think they switched out their router, and that was why CP's truck tried to connect to it when he got home that day. Oh, okay. His truck hand shook first, meaning it had connected to the router before. Oh, so it just automatically connected. I've always believed look for horses, not zebra. My Navy husband always says, keep it simple, stupid. That's probably a lot better ways. There's a lot better ways to say it. We learned that. That's funny. I didn't know that was a Navy thing because we learned that in real estate. But I used to say keep it simple, sweetheart, because I didn't want to say stupid. But it's silly to overcomplicate things, right? It really is. Because if we think too far into it, you know, we'll think our way right out of logic. Looked like a dumpster, like, oh, okay, with the lid up. How the heck? It had a handle. Okay. Yeah, what is at night waiting for? I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know what they're doing, but it's strange. It sure does look like a old video of Sebastian. Yeah, because something's weird with the hair. It doesn't look the same. But I also think it doesn't look like the same glasses he was wearing that day either. Like not the glasses from, these photos. Oh, they were scurrying around to yank down the security cameras. Well, maybe there was a snap. You know? Not even from that same day, in my opinion. I'm thinking that maybe the video was compressed. I think they stretched the pic to fit it, so made his hair look different. Oh, that's possible, Brenda. Yeah. Yeah, because you can. I mean, yeah. Yeah, you can do that. That's true, Faye. The geofence got Chris's truck shaking hands with the home Wi-Fi, so it was close to the home, probably where K9 Officer Max followed his trail. I'm disappointed in a lot. A lot of people starting a lot. By the way, poor video sometimes shows things to be longer than what they are, etc. Should be the case in his hair, as well as could also be the same as any. Oh, poor quality. Yeah, that video was definitely poor quality. Or the photo. It's nowhere near as clear as this. Yeah, Sammy, he was in here. Oh God, it was before Pig Fest. So it had to have been maybe 3 months ago now. Which, I'm not mad at him. Got nothing but love for him, but yeah, Miss Ann, it was him. I double checked. Yeah, I went into my phone and I clicked to make sure it was his official. Yep. To me, that means they switched the router. I think they probably could have done that. We're still going, Joe. Not for much longer, though. I've been on for too long, but we're just having a good conversation about Sebastian. And it's been a long time since I've done a whole show about Sebastian. But I'm so glad you guys have the interest. Dog did say they were releasing bowling alley footage. I was waiting and waiting. Yes, me too, KJ. I know. I almost had to put it out of sight, out of mind because it was so long. His neck did look very long. And it doesn't look like Sebastian, in my opinion. No, I don't think so either. Many of us had said that too. I believe Katie deleted many of the things that she didn't expect Geofence to catch the truck. I agree with that. Yeah. I like that we'll think our way right out of logic, Sammy. I have many, many evenings where I sit here and I'm just pondering and I'm like, okay, I'm thinking too far into this. But the rabbit holes, oh boy, they're endless. KJ Max says, I wish we knew the hours the geofence was gathered for. That's important. I think so too. Yeah, I wish we knew that. And I just wish people would come out with clear information, instead of saying, well, this might have been, or this or that might have been. Just clear cut. At this point, what is it going to hurt? I don't see it hurting anything, but then again, I know they only get one bite at the apple. I still have a lot of questions about the glasses found. I don't know if the video was just stretched because it kind of looks like he has a goatee, but I don't know. It could have been stretched. I know, and the picture just doesn't look like Sebastian. It doesn't, Liberty. It doesn't. I agree. You know? So, Josh, hey, Josh says that's not going to happen. No, I know. And it's terrible, isn't it? It's like, why? Why? Um, because at this point, at least can we see the trash can video where he supposedly took the trash can to the end of the driveway? Because I don't think that even happened either. And I'm trying to get us some confirmation on Devlin's case. Um, and I reached out today about that because they say that there's footage of Devlin, over at Carl's supermarket using his bridge card at 8:21 a.m., but no one's ever seen this alleged footage, and it may or may not be the case, but that's a a big one for me is kind of trying to see if maybe, just maybe, did Sebastian really take out the trash? I mean, because that would answer at least, did he make it home? Or how come Katie hasn't released the audio that proves that he made it home? At least give it to Seth, and then Seth could say, "Yeah, I heard it." We don't really need to hear it as long as, I mean, just a whole mess. Sammy, but I was wondering if there's some weird manipulation because of the glasses and the video and the glasses that were found, or that's just too complicated. Well, I know. I mean, but like, why were they hiding it? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand why they, and then also, why didn't they check the prescription on, because I heard allegedly that they didn't. But why wouldn't they? That would be the first thing I would do. I wouldn't go ask his parents if those are his glasses. I mean, yeah, maybe, but if you check the prescription and they're the same, prescription as he should have, or as Sebastian's glasses, then maybe go ask his parents, do these look familiar to you? Because they're the same prescription as your son, or maybe not disclose that and see what they say. It even looks like there's some kind of gauze or something white on his neck in the video. I saw that too, SI officer. Ooh, those pictures are. Ugh. Miss Fairy, hey Miss Fairy, she says you also have similar looking people in this world, so that can make it difficult sometimes too. Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you. Well, I will say, some of these kids did look similar to Sebastian, like even the sightings. And that's why it's so important to make sure law enforcement goes over there and checks it out. So I hope people, and again, the same goes for Devlin. Please don't post it on Facebook or here or TikTok or anywhere, Instagram, whatever. Go to the Ionia County Sheriff's Office, go to, in this case, the FBI, because I don't trust the sheriff's office in this case. But I mean, guys, to be quite honest with you, I think the Ionia County Sheriff's Office believes that Devlin, ran away. I mean, that's the vibe I got. She wasn't going to confirm or deny it with me. That's Detective Castle. But Anne says, I said earlier on the way, not long after he went missing, they have put him in the house somewhere, an abandoned house. Yeah, Miss Anne, I'll tell you, when I found out that Cruella Socks was, a realtor, I was like, oh boy, that just really opens up all kinds of options. You have access to everything in the multi-list system, right? MLS is fair game. So think about all those properties that you could access vacant, the lockbox to. Something else. And sometimes, well, a large amount of people will be living in a completely different state, and they'll still be trying to sell their house, and it's vacant. It's sitting vacant. And you're entrusting your realtor to sell it for you. So, yeah, it's just too much it's and it's not like anybody's gonna, go through every single house. I mean, I don't know. Geofence took approval only for the crucial hours of 6 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. in my opinion. I don't know. I'm not sure about that, Faye. I'm not sure. Mama, good to see you, says agree, Miss Anne. A compressed video and poor quality will do that. See, I think it's compressed too, SI officer. Oh, hate to say it, but I said this in Terry Lynn's chat. They have him in an abandoned house, and she went by one. I told her to go look in it. Well, people were talking about that in Devlin's case as well, Miss Ann. There was the one with the green trim on it. And I know that people were wanting to search those houses. It's just tough if there's no, because it's private property. So you could get trespassed if you go and, look. Let's see. Well, CB and her family have lots of houses to pick from, and they own, yeah, houses all over the country. And then the Alaska connection. They were hiding it because it wouldn't fit their story, and they didn't stay there more than 10 minutes, in my opinion. To me, that almost looks like the little strip they put on your gown thing when you get your hair cut. Oh, I know what you're talking about, like the cape thing. Too many times it was said private property, do not trespass. Yeah, so many times, right, Witchy? And I can't blame anybody for not wanting to go in any of those properties. I mean, it's not worth the risk. I'm not saying if Sebastian isn't in there, it's not worth the risk, but I mean, the not knowing. Now, if you had like some hardcore proof that he was in there, I might bust the door down and, ask for forgiveness later. Are they still using lockboxes there for viewings? Is so and it's a code. So I don't know, KJ, because like when I was selling real estate in Missouri, everything was iPhone operated. So as a realtor, you had to have an iPhone. You could not have a Droid and open the lock boxes with the Droid. Only iPhone. All of them were programmed like that. Now, some of them, I mean, some houses you could go and get a lockbox and do a code like a bike lock almost, right? Where you have to, scroll over, with your thumb and go to the number. And some of, you'll see it on the listing. Typically, you'll see it on the listing where it'll say, the code 734 or whatever, and then and a lot of the times it won't even say code. It'll just say 734. And then, we all know that, right? Just to kind of keep it safe. But then a lot of times too, homeowners will give you their garage code. So it just really depends. It just really depends. That says real estate transactions were being looked into by political figure of the area. Does anyone remember it was in the beginning because real estate sales shady? My opinion, Snuggle got a house again. Yeah, well, we were talking about that too. I need to do some research. I will go watch Crime Time Buzz and see what she's saying about that, because if she did a bunch of independent research, then I need to go check it out. The fair amount of landmines you have to step around when it comes to missing people or just the system in general is so tragic, or just tragic. I agree, Miss Fairy. And I think that's what is the most frustrating situation here with Sebastian's case, because I mean, it's been very dangerous. It really has been. And I don't see it getting any better until, someone is held accountable. Because otherwise, everybody's just sitting pretty thinking they get away with murder, maybe not literally, but either way, even if it's figuratively speaking. Sorry, getting tired over here. It's still a crying shame, because they're getting away with either hiding Sebastian or whatever has been done to him. He just didn't leave by himself, in my opinion, or we would have saw him. I remember Nancy asking for canines, got us sent to the barn. Also, yeah, she did. And then Katie said, not to the barn, not to the barn. I remember that. I was like, oh God. She said a lot of words that day. I think she was high as a kite, but like That's just my opinion, allegedly in my opinion. She was high as a damn kite, and she was like the bond, and then she said bitness, and then she was all over the place that day. Um, uh, you know, and they were like very nervous. Like Nancy had them right where she wanted them. She didn't even grill them as hard as I've ever seen. I've seen people on Nancy's panel who were like renowned experts that Nancy handed their ass to them on a silver platter. But then you have Chris and Katie Proudfoot, and she lets Chris lie to her right on her own show. Like, oh my gosh. And I'm sorry, guys, don't come at me for coming after Aunt Nancy, but I'm pretty peed off with her and her shenanigans with Mr. Fishy Fish Sticks. I didn't realize that I had to switch to all messages again. Hello to everyone I could see. Oh, I'm sorry, Detroit. I don't know why my chat's doing that. I don't know. Maybe because you guys are still your handle names too, and it's not like your regular names. Like, you guys know what I'm talking about. Maybe it's the reverse. Either way, guys, let me go ahead and hop off of here and sign off. I'm going to go ahead and see if I could look at Crime Time Buzz's video, and maybe we can discuss some of it, because I do find it quite odd. The real estate transactions, like I said, I mean, I can recall a couple of cops that I sold houses to, and of course there were families, like they had a wife and kids, and so both people were on the paperwork, the loan, all of that. But I never remember selling a house like that or knowing a police officer that had that much income. But I will say, like, again, I do want to just put it out there, and I don't know if this was discussed, but I will check it out. His wife's a nurse. Like, she's an RN, but I think she also has some additional schooling, and they make really good money. So depending on what her specialty is and how much schooling she has would, dictate how much she's going to be compensated and all of that. I don't know if she's the director of nurses. But I mean, all of that can factor into their income as well. You wanted her to look in that house, huh, Miss Anne? I mean, I can't blame her for not doing that. Yeah, I do remember that, Miss Anne. Lady Freedom, do you remember when TL was out with Charlie and it was late at night and they were crossing railroad tracks? There was a house not far from there and it was an abandoned house. I do remember that. Yeah, I do. At first I thought you were talking about that little white one that was kind of like in a park, and I can't remember the exact location. But she was there during the day. She wasn't there with Charlie. In 2016, Sumner and surrounding counties was part of a changing wetlands to residential. Oh, interesting. Maybe. Yeah, maybe, Brenda. I know she's for sure an RN. And I mean, like the lowest, like I've taken the CNA classes and stuff because I was gonna do my CNA, then I was gonna do the LPN, then I was gonna do the RN, right? Licensed practical nurse, and then, but it just wasn't my cup of tea. So I just, didn't really do anything. I mean, but I was on the honor roll, and all that good jazz, but I never followed through with it. So, but they make very good money, and that was part of the reason why I wanted to kind of, start at the bottom, learn everything, all the EMT stuff and things that you kind of learn, and just basic care of patients and all of that, and work my way up. And I didn't do it, but it's really, really good money. So I have to consider that, she might be bringing in more, dough than him. Is there a kid missing in my hood, y'all? Can Come look in my underwear drawer, and I'm volunteering all of my family and friends' property. I just can't. I know, Sammy. Have a good evening, SI officer. Thank you for being here for this as well. See a legitimate reason to say access to all property is denied, especially if it's my own kid. I don't see how they do it. I really don't. Rolling through the north side of the bar. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, you kill me sometimes. KJ says, with current real estate prices, their buying power isn't what it used to be, though. I'd love to see those numbers in any of the houses from auctions. Inside info helps, and that's the thing. I agree. I want to. I want to consider everything. I'm gonna have to put my real estate cap back on. And yes, SF investigates, you fishy motherfucker. I was a realtor for a very long time and I earned my real estate license. Thank you very much. Because that was another thing I was being slandered on. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna have to put that into perspective. And then I know somebody, and I know Little Red was saying about the property being whatever, inherited or whatever. Well, it'll all be considered. I just still it still doesn't seem right to me without even like trying to look and see, do the research, but maybe it'll all fit together. I believe TL got really close to where Sebastian is after they threatened her, in my opinion. Well, and see, Faye, that's what I'm going off of. You're right there where I'm thinking. Like, if the lights video is nothing, why get upset? If the picture is nothing, why get upset? Whenever somebody is really upset about something, like to the point where they were, where they're going to threaten people, right? Then you must be close. And I agree. I agree with that completely. You know? Sometimes it was sometimes I get what you're saying. Yeah, Liberty, I know. Well, and I will say that she was passing the flyers out. So I got to give credit, but there's also a house that's halfway built because of COVID and a high cost of lumber. And lumber prices. See, I'm so glad that you said that, Detroit, because that's another thing to factor in. How'd they get a loan? How did they get because it's expensive. And lumber has been, out of control. Because even a few years back, we were going to redo the camper. Well, we had an old RV that we were redoing, but then once we started doing a remodel on it, it was going to cost us more to remodel it than it was to. I mean, you would lose money doing it. It wasn't because everything had went up so high that it wasn't even feasible, so we just sold it and bought a new, one that we didn't even have to do anything to. It's brand new. Do I remember where her last search was? It was sometime in November of last year, I want to say, Faye. Or was it October? No, I'm thinking it was October or November. What I find interesting is why people try to act less suspicious. They look more suspicious. Boom, Miss Fairy, you got it. Totally. Don't look over here. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, and just like Chris's face. Oh my gosh. And he's looking over at Olivia, seeing if she's, buying it. He's such a sneaky little prick, I'll tell you what. In my opinion. Thou dost protest too much. That's right. That's right, Cinderella. Oh, I believe that too, Liberty. I do. I do. I do. I do. Well, I know it now, unfortunately. You know, and believe me, it's disappointing. She's known the family for decades. Yeah. Yeah. She slept with the family. Okay. Hey, and excuse me. Uh I did not come up with that. That was disclosed to, all of us. Joe got grounded. We booted Joe. Well, Chuchi probably booted Joe. uh Nope, she just wasn't. I was talking with her behind the scenes mapping areas. See, she never did that with me, Faye. Anytime I'd ever ask her to map out an area or any serious questions about the case, she was like a wackadoodle doody da. It was blah 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 blah, and I was just like, okay, maybe she just doesn't, And then I backed off because I thought, well, maybe she thinks I'm just friends with her because I'm trying to fish for information. So I backed off of her. And then she flipped, completely. Um, and now all of the people that were over in Terry Lynn's are part of the hate people, you know. Duty da. Cinderella, I'm getting tired. You can tell I'm getting tired because I'm just speaking gibberish. But I mean, yeah, she's a wackadoodle da. Um, but that's okay. I mean, whatever. I'm just embarrassed that I rolled with that. Because I usually don't roll with people like that. If I know that somebody's shady and, all about themselves, I just won't roll with that. So I'm disappointed in my own judgment. Um, so but oh, I didn't know that, Witchy. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I didn't realize it was that early either. I know that she was telling me things that weren't, favorable, but in the same way, I just kind of thought she was keeping an open. I just looked at her that like she was closer to things than I was because she's local. But even working on Devlin's case, I realized that it's not always local sources who are going to be completely honest because they have skin in the game. You know? His duty dial word. Oh, no, no. Well, duty could be well, depending on how you spell it, could be a dirty word. It could be a duty word. The most innocent comment was held back at first. YouTube's a little touchy. I know. I put something in that I was going to fry up fish sticks, and then they said that I can't say that, so I had to verbalize it, which, haha, YouTube. Always going out at night. Yeah. Well, and when somebody that's, been your best friend for 10 years tells, someone that they've only been talking to for a few months that, um, that person's on, really bad drugs and, things like that. That was like, whoa. I was like, why would you say that about TL? And then I realized it's because it's true. That's why your friend of 10 years would sell you out like that is because they're probably worried about you. But, sad. Are you doing a show about Devlin and what you found out this even in the evening? Yes, I will, Brenda. So tomorrow, well, today, later on, I want to do an early show. And I know I've been saying that all week, but it's like I've been getting, on the horn with people. I've been talking with one of my sources that is going to come up and share. Let me go ahead and put Devlin's face up here because we need people to look for him. Hold on, that's the best one. Here, I'll put this one. He's been missing for 7 months though, guys. And the most recent picture is going to be the one with the black hoodie. And that's about his size. Well, that is his size when he went missing. Because that's a really recent picture of him. So, but this person, I secured this person a spot on the panel, which I'm very excited about. And this is a person who is going to share with us details because they were in the family when Devlin was going through everything that he was going through and when he was taken away from Bill and Sandra. So we're going to be talking about that as we come into the timeline, right? And as we're coming into an understanding of what Devlin was going through and how he got bounced around. So I think it's going to be really, really good. I think it's going to be really important. And also, the same person, today we were discussing the reward money. And I have a lot to share with you on that because, of course, the poll was closed down yesterday and I still have to go double check everything and see if that person kept their word, right? Casper, K. Nicole, whatever you'd like me to call you. I hope that you had time to get that live stream back up that you deleted. So we got money in a trust, right? Ionia County Sheriff's Office. Hey, Trina. They recommended that this money be put in a trust, right? And we're speaking of the $6,000 reward for Devlin's, whether we find him, safe or not, that's what it was for information leading to Devlin, right? But this person put in $1,000 right off the bat, right? And he's going to come up and share. And then he also gave another 500 at the bake sale. you guys hear that? Okay, so 6,000. Okay. Oh boy. It's a lot. It's a lot. But yes, this person gave $1,000 right off the bat. Boom. All right. And then another 500, which makes 1,500. So I'm guessing that they made way more than $6,000. Horrible at math. Still can add money for some reason. I don't know why. So that's a problem, right? So we're going to talk more about that, and I'm going to incorporate more about that as we go, but I just kind of wanted to throw that out there for you guys because I know we've been talking about this reward and it's been a big kind of hot button topic. The locals aren't happy. They did the bake sale. I guess I should, since we're talking about the bake sale, just put the bake sale up here. Move my big head out of the way. So yeah, they did the bake sale. Sabrina was, flashing the Cash App, the PayPal, the Venmo, the donate directly, right? And she was doing that days after. A lot of the community members were very, very generous. And on top of that, I know another donor that was a good friend of Devlin's whose mom donated 500. So that's 2,000 right off the bat, just with person A, and I'm just going to put that person out there when he comes up on the panel. 1,500, 500 from the other person, that's $2,000. Right off the bat. Sabrina said she put in, or Sabrina was saying that she put in $4,000 of her own money, so that would make 6,000. So where's all the money for the signs? Where's all the money for the shirts? Crickets. Crickets. This is ridiculous, but this is what we're dealing with. So we're going to continue to look and examine and figure it out. Because we're, there's money missing. There's a lot of shady goings on. Yeah, and I know Terry Lynn's the one that talked about the poker party Liberty. And that's another issue in and of itself, because I don't even know if that was all true, or what, because I've never heard anybody else talk about it besides her. Oh, that's a good point, Miss Fairy. In my opinion, people are eager to put the most money in when they feel the most guilty. Wow. Very true. Very true. Wow. And according to another source of mine, Sabrina put in more than that. She put in her whole income tax check, which she did claim her son that year or this year. So, I mean, that would make her the largest donor. But again, I mean, that even puts us into, $7,000. So where's the other 1,000 that Mary doesn't have in the bank? Right? It's a big mess. So, but I want to also go over um, the Rebecca Park case. And I did um, post a video about that. And like I said, I really do believe that um, that math was to blame here in that such in that situation, to make them do something so brutal like that, um and coupled with the fact that they're just monsters, um but with all of that family going around like that the way that they were, um and then the father of the baby, Richard, had a $1 million bond, which translates to having to put $100,000 down for him to get out, and he made bond, right? And he's out. He's out and about. Yeah, Terry Lynn knows Carly very well. Oh, absolutely. She knew all the cops, and she was also allegedly dating one of them, according to Heidi Black. That's how I know that. Is because Heidi Black did a live stream and she was threatening Terry Lynn, and she was telling everybody that she was going to expose Terry Lynn for sleeping with one of the police that were working Sebastian's case. Look, that's what Heidi Black said, not me. I'm just repeating it. And you could go look on Heidi's channel. It's still up. That was something she didn't tell me. Okay? I didn't know anything about that till I heard it on Heidi's, and I'm like, "What?" So, yeah. And I have nothing against Heidi. She's never done anything to me. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure Heidi and I were on the very first panel. The very first time I was ever on a panel was on Terry Lynn's channel with Heidi Black. So, there you have it, folks. Someone said that the dad paid for both his and his sister's bail. Can't remember who. Oh my gosh, really? I think hers was, oh, I can't remember off the top of my head. If one person paid for both of those, somebody's got some splaining to do. I wonder where they got all that extra cash from. Because if I if I had $1 million bond, my ass is sitting there, guaranteed. I don't know anybody that would bail me out. I would hope maybe you guys would, if I was innocent, crowdsource and get me out. But he was definitely guilty of what he's done. Well, allegedly, until he's convicted. But TL was never going to stop looking for that baby. Stop, Kate. Oh no. Okay. Oh, it's always rubbed me the wrong way. Well, like I said, she was normalizing people going into you know, into the graveyards. That's when I, you know, started talking to Terry Lynn, because she was telling me and showing and sending me pictures. I still have the emails of the kid that she gave Sebastian the crab to, and then she was telling everybody Sebastian was in her trunk. Then everybody flipped out. I mean, it's all for attention. She doesn't care whether it's negative or positive as long as people are talking about her. So, That's what she wanted to do to insert herself in the case was, so that way she could get attention. But sorry, that's too funny, KJ. Oh my goodness. Well, I love you guys so much. You guys are the best. Thank you for making me laugh. I feel so much better now, but I was really, really, really upset about this whole thing. And please don't think that I'm upset with Chris. I'm not. I'm just upset with the fact that people are giving this footage that they should have been given it to us a long time ago, you know. But I guess it's better late than never. Aw, thank you, Sandwich. Good to see you. Very good to see you. Swedish chat, you absolutely represent for the victims. Aw, thank you, Sam. Hey, girl, if it wasn't for your question to Sabrina about did Devlin's phone go straight to voicemail when she tried to call it, we never would have known that Devlin had Sabrina blocked. Oh no, he had me blocked. I had to call him on Facebook Messenger. I was like, wow, that's why you guys ask such good questions. Cause like there's times, of course, like if I'm on the panel and I'm trying to think ahead or I get distracted and then you guys come in for the save. So couldn't do it without you. And let no BS get in the way. I have the utmost gratitude for you and everyone here. Aw, Sam, that's so sweet. Aw, my gosh. Man, that makes it all worth it. I'll tell you that. Aw, I love you too, Mama. Thank you guys. Aw, thanks, Liberty. You guys are the best. Hey, Trina. Aw, prison is the best place for them, in my opinion. Mom would fit right in, but yeah, someone would shut up the foot. Nobody would be listening to all that mess that comes out of his mouth. Oh, I wonder how he would be acting, Sammy, if he was in that situation. That is a really good point. Yeah. I think Katie would fit right into um she might even be one of the tougher broads in there. I'm guessing, cuz Katie's not as meek as we all, or I should say cuz I don't know how you guys all felt, but as I kind of thought in the beginning, like I'm like, "Oh, she's very meek and like she seems like an abused woman." Is what I thought. You know what I'm saying? And then I think both can be true, you know. Sam says, when I said I took notes, I meant it. Questions is my thing. Yeah, those were great questions. And then also about the dad. Yeah, also about the dad. Oh, thank you, Mama, for the green and blue hearts. Who thought of that question? They get A plus, KJ. It was Sam. Yeah. Too many shirts. Too many shirts. There's a lot of shirts, Joe, that were folded inward, you know. Oh no, your pig needs his eyeball removed? Why? Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. How funny Sabrina blocked. She walked into that one, Lady You, and we all did that. Yes, exactly, Sam, for sure. And it's funny because she probably didn't even realize it. And that's when, Will was like, get off the phone, get off the phone. And I was like, oh hell, you know. Yeah, I was glad I was an avatar that day. Aw, that's right. Well, Joe, we're gonna be praying for your piggy guy. Aw, I feel so bad for him. My goodness. Detroit says, Sandwich, I love you. You amazing, beautiful lady. You the best. Aw. We got like a lot of good critical thinkers, you know? Oh, that's right. You told me. I thought it was his mouth for some reason, Joe. I didn't know it was his eye. That's why I was like, what happened to his eye? Or did they get in another fight? Aw. Got rambunctious tonight. I wasn't even expecting to get all fired up tonight. I was like, oh, here we go. You absolutely keep my type of pace, and I love it here. You stay focused, and we stay focused. 100% like class. I was always rambunctious. Yes, yes. Oh, I love it though. We gotta stay feisty. You could be abused and a survivor and still be cunning and all the other stuff. Sometimes that's how you come on the other end of surviving, just to protect yourself. That's true, Miss Fairy. Boom. Well said. Very well said. I mean, guys, I saw Gypsy Rose today turn in a slip. It was some slip she said that she found, because her mom was like stealing allegedly uh the notepads from the doctor, like the prescription pads, and then she would take it and, write her own and then turn it, get whatever. And Gypsy brought it to the pharmacy, and I'm like, this girl is crazy as hell. I'm gonna go check to see if that video is still up, because ooh, that was bad. That was probably really bad. No, the one with the cut eye got attacked by the one with the cut lip. Oh no. Yes. Oh man. Oh, Sam, yeah, mm, it's so bad. It's so bad with that Duck Dynasty. I'm telling you, where's that mayor? And why is that mayor that way? She knew how to appear a survivor from her childhood, but at the same time, it was missing the vacancy truth behind. Yeah, yeah. Well, and I feel for Katie for those things as well. You know, but this new development with her Sharon Sebastian stuff is odd. It is throwing me off a little bit, you know. So now all three of them got to be separated, Joe. Aw. Well, I hope they start getting along. I don't even know what to do for aggressive little Piggly Wigglies. Hmm. All right, guys. Well, you all take care. I will see you guys later on this afternoon for, an earlier show, just an afternoon show. Um, so thank you all so much, and I will see you all later.